Hello? Oh my god. I said hello like 5 times until I realized my microphone was muted. Are you a streamer or are you not a streamer? I'm clearly not a streamer. Oh my god. Hello everyone. I am so tired today that everything is so fucking funny to me. Like, I don't understand. Hi, fool. How are you doing? God, that's happen a lot. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so happy I'm not alone in that. Hello. Hi. How is everyone doing? I have Handycam, which is not HD. You guys have to live with that. It is what it is. I did not feel like setting up the big HD camera, so you get 720 or something. I actually don't know. We're going to do some cross stitching today. I bought a cross stitching that looks like this. It's a lighthouse with poppy flowers. I have not started yet, but I think I want to start at the top and move down. And while I'm doing this cross stitching, I'm not gonna do all of it, obviously. We will see if I do anything, because you know me, I get distracted easily and I talk a lot. But I will start here and move my down, and I will talk about books. You know, I don't actually have a plan. I'm also going to invite Gina to talk with me, because I like Gina, and everyone likes Gina. Gina is our girl. But I need a picture of Gina so everyone know who Gina is. I don't have a new photo of you, Gina, so you have to like survive with an old photo of you, or you have to send a new photo of yourself if you want it to be updated. Otherwise, this is what you get, you know? It's going to be my little guest of honor. Gucci, Gucci, Gucci. That works. Good. Let me actually call you. Let me call you. Like I call every day, but you never answer me. Me. Bubba. See, you never answer. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, I just told everyone you never answer me.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm so tired today.
Yeah.
You too?
I'm not tired per se, but I'm like blech, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of just I want to wrap myself up into a like blanket fortress, blanket burrito or something like that.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I felt like I was going to burp, but I didn't, so I did that instead.
Okay. I see.
I didn't want the world to know I was gonna burp, but now I guess I told everyone anyway, so people know. I've been... I started doing something. I need to tell chat and you too, Gina. It's very important. I started doing something, right? Skippy's not here, right? No, he's not.
No.
I started telling him every time I'm at the bathroom I'm pooping.
What?
I tell him every time I'm pooping. And I tell him what kind of poop it is as well. You get the details on every poop I'm taking.
Why?
'Cause why not?
Well, why?
I mean, you can't call yourself a friend if you don't know your pooping schedule.
Apparently so.
Yeah, which means we're not friends because you don't tell me when you poop, Gina.
I have pooped twice today.
Oh, look at that. I too. Me too, because I had a lot of milk today and I'm lactose intolerant, so I went to the bathroom a lot today.
Yeah, I have the period poop. So
yeah. I'm sorry, chat, for talking about poop, but you know, it's my channel. I do what I want. I also bought this. It's a cat in a bookshelf cross stitching. So it's like books, and then there's like a cat, and also an owl. I see. Yeah. But I decided I want to do this later. I was more into doing this lighthouse. I don't know why, but yeah. That's what I want to do today.
Yeah.
What I like about it is you get everything. You get like the yarn, you get like the needle, but you also get like this pattern. So I can like redo this if I do want to, because you know I'm getting the pattern, so I can just buy new colors and new yarn, and I can just remake it if I want to.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I haven't done crease stitching. I haven't done cross stitching in a very long time. I feel very out of like place.
Yeah, I just mainly remember that I think you're supposed to like divide the thread into smaller pieces of thread.
Yeah, it depends on what pattern you're having. The pattern I'm having requires 2 strands, and in each thread there's 6 strands, so you divide them. It's not that hard, but apparently a lot of people have issues with it because they get like knots and stuff. But if you know the technique, it's not that hard. You know?
I'm like, it's you just pull, and then if something happens, you just stretch the thing out, and then you pull it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But people just like, you know, they pull a little bit and then they get like a big knot at the end. I think people get scared that when you pull one strand out and holding the rest of the strands and you just pull it, you know, it like twirls in the back. But
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. But you know, I think people get confused and scared from the twirl, and then they like start pulling it wrongly, and that messes it up. You just pull it right up, you know, you just pull it, and it's not.
and it's just thread. If it breaks, it breaks. So
I was gonna say, you know, Americans, but I don't actually know if it's Americans or not. I'm just assuming if it's someone is dumb, they're American. I'm sorry, Americans out there.
But I've been flooded by a lot of very weird American YouTubers on the shorts stuff. I try and not watch the short stuff, but then you know you find one interesting thing and then you start.
Yeah, I've been there. Oh, hi E100.
Yeah.
Welcome. I have a guest today. It's my best friend Gina. We know each other from real life. My bad. I'm doing cross stitching, and we're going to talk about books and education and other stuff that we always talk about, so don't be confused. I realized that maybe I can have actually your link to your profile. People can find you if they think you're funny. They're like, oh my god, I don't know this person, I love her.
Yeah, love me. I do more game content though.
Yeah, I'm pinning the message. There we go.
Different. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I said my guest Gina, and then it's your link there, and I'm pinning it so everyone can. Oh, nice to meet you. Yeah. She's like a comfy streamer who do like comfy gaming streams. She likes Pokemon, and you like simulator games, I think, like, you know, farming simulator stuff.
Yeah, I do like him. I haven't played that many of them though. But mainly just chill and cozy stuff, basically.
Yeah. But she is very murderous, so you know, don't let the cuteness fool you.
No.
She's my best friend after all. She likes to chop people's head off just like your queen. So be aware.
I more like to slash them open though.
Yeah, okay.
More than the beheading.
I'm like, yeah, okay. Fucking murderer. Yeah. We have not seen each other for so long. I'm going to do cross stitching, by the way, E100. I'm doing this lighthouse. I'm trying to find the right color. I think it's like 37 or something. Yeah, 37 I'm looking for.
Which one is right kind of depends on which one you want to start with though.
Yeah, I'm starting at the top, and I'm doing this coupole. I don't know the English word for that.
Half dome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think dome is also actually correct.
Yeah, probably. I just see like half a sphere.
Yeah, but you're a
Yeah.
math teacher.
Yeah.
I don't know, like I said before, no, I don't think you can see it. Maybe, no. Like I said, this camera is very bad because I didn't feel like doing the real HD camera because it's a lot of cables. But like I said, this thread has like 6 strands in it. And for this pattern, you need 2 strands for every cross that you do. So I need to pull 2 from this and then use it here. Yes. Minecraft map, shit, I missed a lot. Oh, Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in so long, you guys. Which is funny, because I'm still paying for the server that I have, but no one plays on it. Why am I paying for it? I'm playing monthly, you know?
That is a good question.
Maybe I should just, see, it's not an issue. I just pull this without an issue. What is people's problems? How do they make it not? I don't understand. Oh yeah, Gina, she plays a lot of Minecraft if you wanna follow her Minecraft shit and stuff.
Yeah, I've been having a bit of a downer in Minecraft because I tend to have really high expectations of myself in Minecraft, which makes it difficult.
Yeah, I understand
Because
that.
I don't have the time to do everything that I believe that I should do.
I see.
And then I get overwhelmed, and then I don't play, and then I kind of don't want to stream because I haven't done the things that I wanted to do. So yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's kind of weird because, you know, I feel like Minecraft is a very chill game. Yeah. And I feel also very overwhelmed. See, now I have 2 strands here. I also feel very overwhelmed because I like to build stuff, but I like to build very huge scaled buildings. Then I realized after a while that shit, this is taking so long and I need so much resources to do this. And I don't have the energy to mine the resources because I'm doing it in survivor mode. And then I'm just sitting there like, I can't be bothered, and I can't stream this because people would be like judging me because I haven't gotten further in my progress. So then I just like, let's do something else.
Yeah, and it's been kind of the same for me because I also like building, but I build in a very much smaller scale than you do. Like my scale is much smaller, so it's more easy for me to actually build in that sense.
What can I say? I like big stuff.
And I can also finish one build, like at least the exterior of a build in one stream, so that makes it easier in that sense. But it's also like I have been streaming a lot of building, so now I kind of feel like I should do something else. And I also really want to beat the dragon and do that because I have never beaten the dragon and I have played Minecraft for a lot of years. So I want to beat the dragon, but to do that I need enchanting, and to do enchanting I need a villager set up because I am a perfectionist. And to have a villager set up I have to actually build the thing, and I don't know how I want it to look.
Gina, I have an issue.
I have an issue?
I can't get it into the needle. The hole is too small.
Have you done the folding trick?
Yes. May I visit you sometime?
Do you not have like a nålfösare stuff thing?
No, I don't have. I don't have.
I don't have. I think I have.
Yeah, but
Why are you not here?
You live far away from me. You're like, I can't go to my car for 1 hour just to see you.
You should.
I should. Yeah, I should.
Yeah.
Who am I kidding? I do all the time. I go to you all the time.
Yeah. I even come to you sometime.
Yeah.
See, I'm holding my needle thingamabob.
Hi,
I have
Baptist.
one.
Are
I
you?
have it.
Are you holding it?
Yeah.
Maybe if you.
It even has a thread cutter on the.
Oh my
on the
god!
bottom of it.
I was gonna like scream that I got it in, then I realized it went on this side. I was like, it went in, but it didn't go in. It's just the illusion.
Yeah, I felt bad.
Why is the eye so small? Do I have a better needle? I got 2 needles. Is it the same needle if I drop one, or has one a bigger hole? No, it's basically the same.
I don't know.
Fucking useless shit. I was gonna sit here and look professional, you know? I don't look professional. I look fucking dumb now.
No.
Mm.
You're always cute.
I thought you was gonna say you're always dumb. I was gonna say, hey, what the fuck?
No. I am kind and supportive. Okay?
Thank you. Yeah. I need it. I'm trying to do one strand at a time because I was like, maybe it's because of the thickness, but I can't even get one strand in. It's just like curls itself up, and I have such long nails, so I can't really get closer than this either. Maybe
Are you a bit too close to your mic or something? Because I have these popping sounds sometimes.
Yeah, I'm always close to my microphone.
I see.
Well, you don't like the popping sound?
I don't know. I found them a bit weird.
What popping sounds, by the way?
I don't know.
Is it my mouth stuff?
No. It's more like microphone popping sounds.
Oh, okay.
Kind of.
Get in, you motherfucker!
Ace!
Just need a little bit of practice. Yeah, what can I say? I usually is not the person who stick it in. Dirty joke. Sorry, Gina.
Oh, we're not on my channel. It's fine.
When I see the opportunity for a penis joke, I take it, okay?
I know.
I was gonna say I like peepees, but that's not really what I wanted to say. I mean, I like peepee jokes. There we go. We all know that what I really like is Gina, okay?
I'm your favorite.
Yeah. Who needs peepee jokes when you have you?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, hi, Celso. Peepee jokes as I come in, eh? Yeah.
Hello.
I have Gina as a guest today. I can't get the needle. I mean, I can't get the thread into the needle, and I'm going insane here. You know? That's where the pee-pee joke came from, because I need to joke away my pain, okay?
Have you licked it?
I am sucking on it a lot, okay? That's all I'm doing. You know, use your tongue, they say.
And have you like had the needle under under vecket och liksom dragit ut nålen så att det blir lite hårdare veck, typ?
Huh?
Ja, men I have to use Swedish, I'm sorry, because I don't know how to describe this otherwise.
Yeah, it's fine. Describe to me in Swedish.
Men du vet när man tar nålen under det där lilla vecket och så samlar man ihop vecket nära fingrarna och sen så drar man lite i nålen så att vecket blir väldigt, väldigt... Alltså det är väldigt, väldigt tätt, typ.
Nej.
I don't know, så du har liksom vecket mellan fingertopparna nästan och sen för i nålen.
Vilket veck pratar vi om?
På tråden. Alltså du får hjälpa till med nålen för att få det lite Jag vet inte riktigt vad som hände, men när man drar lite med nålen i det där vecket medan du har det mellan fingrarna så blir det lite lättare och sen dra i dig i nålen. Men du måste fortfarande ha vecket mellan fingertopparna.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I don't know.
The PP joke is harder than this one. Just a tip. Whoa, the licking and sucking. Yeah, this stream is actually crazy. It's the most wholesome stream I have ever done. We're doing cross-stitching, I'm a grandma, I'm talking about books, and still, it's not wholesome.
We haven't talked about books yet, though.
No, but that's the plan.
I see the plan. We have a plan this time.
Yeah.
Did it?
No. I think so because it goes in the other side. You know, I'm blind too, so I can't see, you know?
You're blind?
I don't know. I have glasses.
Skippy is continuing the lewd jokes, I see.
Yeah. What can I say? He is what he is, you know? He's born into that thing. I was gonna say that's why he doesn't have a job anymore.
See? I realized I haven't sketched Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday yet. Should probably do that.
Speaking of, by the way, not having a job anymore and sexual jokes, you know, the guy he didn't sexually harass me, but you know, the guy who was weird and creepy against me at my job was an assistant at school.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the guy who emailed me and was very pushy. He does not have a job at the school anymore.
No.
Technically, he only had a job to December, but they did not extend his job further. Even though they need an assistant, they did not want him anymore. Because my boss told the principal what happened, and the principal was like, whoa, we do not want that here. And he's not there anymore. I can't take, you know, all the credit, but
yeah.
Fuck! I need another needle. Do I have other needles? This is
I don't know. I have a lot of needles, but once again, I am 1 hour away from you, so.
Oh, you mean the creepy guy you told us about? Yeah, I think I've told you about many creepy guys because, you know, I'm beautiful and I got a lot of creeps after me. But there's like, it's this one guy at my job that he emailed me a lot. And when I didn't answer him on his emails, he got like mad and he came to the school library and he was like, answer me, you're working, answer me. And I was like, whoa, I'm working. I don't have time for your flirting in my DMs. Yeah, my queen, that beautiful entrance. Should I keep a taser? Yeah, I think it's illegal in Sweden to have a taser. I actually don't know. Is it?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's not like it's like the self-defense weapons and stuff like that. It's not really that big of a thing in Sweden.
Yeah, because it's illegal.
Yeah, but I think you can have like the tiny sticks in your purse or something like that. I think those are legal, but I don't think the others are.
Yeah, maybe. What
one should do for self-defense? Well, you smack them on the head.
Nah, you kick them between the legs and run.
Yeah.
My dad was like, if a man comes at you and you don't want him to come at you, you kick him in the balls. Because then he can't breathe and he will lay there like a bitch. And I was like, yes, Dad. I will do that.
Yeah.
I've never done that, actually. I should. Anyone volunteering to have their balls kicked in by the queen? Right on the jewels? Yes. It must be hard being gorgeous, damn. Yeah, sometimes. It's
But
not...
I also think that it's because Sweden is kind of a safe country, so we don't need self-defense that much.
Mm.
And if you do happen to be in a bad situation, scream and get to a area where there are many more people.
It's kind of
And you
funny
will be.
though, how like compared to other countries, how safe it is around here. But not Stockholm, or maybe not Gothenburg, and not Malmö. So like,
Especially
Umeå.
not Malmö.
Yeah, Malmö is scary. I do not
Yeah.
want to go to Malmö.
Yeah.
Or like
I'm going with my kids to Stockholm this term. I am a bit nervous,
Oh no.
but at the same time, I have my cute little kids who are like, Tina, can we go to the science fiction bookstore?
Yes,
like,
yes, we can.
Yeah, yes, we can.
Oh, you motherfucker! I can't get it in. Yeah, I don't think this is my thing. You know.
I know. You'll probably give up.
Hi, Spooky. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
What am I supposed to do? I was, planning this. I did all of this, and then the thread and the small little eye is not working. This is supposed to be a calm and relaxing. Yeah, it's not.
I think that went out of the window.
Pepper spray? No, pepper spray is also illegal.
Yeah, pepper spray is very illegal.
Bro, I just showed up and here Malmö is horrible. I just moved to Malmö. Oh, hi Benny. Yeah, I'm going off of how it is on the news, so don't take it with a grain of salt, okay? But like a lot of gang stuff happens in Malmö, and that freaks me out. But I'm also from a very, very small little city. And I'm freaked out living where I live now, because now I live in a big city and it's not even that big compared to actual big cities. So I'm a country bumpkin.
The city where you live actually has a lot of crime relative to its size.
Yeah, actually where I live is a lot. Legit, at my street they fire firecrackers at each other, and someone got shot recently outside my apartment. It's kind of according to my dad, I live in the ghetto. I was like, okay, thanks, Dad. But yeah,
kind of sounds like it though.
there is a worse ghetto in my city. I'm the second ghetto. I'm the ghetto for the people who have money. The fancy ghetto.
The rich people ghetto.
Yes. That's where I live.
Good to know. Good to know.
You can't have pepper spray? No, pepper spray is illegal in my country. Yeah. Damn, Opie's from the hood. Yeah. Yeah. And Gina is from the forest.
Yeah, I'm a hermit.
She's in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of fun going to Gina because you're driving and there's there's fields and there's not that many houses and then there's a lot of trees and then suddenly her house just appears from nowhere.
Yeah. Especially from your direction, actually. It's a bit more open in the other way, but...
Yeah, but from my
I'm
way.
also moving, and I am moving way into the middle of the forest.
Oh yeah, you are definitely. But it's very pretty with the the lake and everything.
Yeah, it's extremely pretty. And we're gonna dig the lake out a bit more, so it's even more like lakefront view-ish.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, but that might not be happening right now. It might be a bit in the future, but still.
Gina is living my dream. Ooh. Well, hi, Miro. Yeah, Gina, she's living very nice. When I get myself a house, I want to live almost like Gina. Mostly because I don't like neighbors. Like, I have issues with neighbors making a lot of sounds, you know? And every time I move somewhere, everyone is like, "Oh, so you're a librarian. That means you need to be, or need to be, that means that you are super calm and you like the most excellent neighbor to have." And then I feel bad because then I can't make a lot of sounds in my apartment because then they'd be like, judging me because I'm a librarian and I'm supposed to be all hush hush and quiet. Neighbors can be a pain, yeah. They can.
And I feel like it's kind of weird for me because, like, I live in the middle of nowhere, basically. I still have neighbors, but they are like one field away. It's like a couple of hundred, like 200 meters away. I think it's the closest one.
Yeah.
But they're kids.
Oh my god, I got it in! I'm so excited.
You got it in?
Yeah, I got one of them in because I'm trying them one and one. But one of them is in! Whoa! Oh my god. How long did that take?
50% there.
Yes, now we need to take next one. Sorry, I interrupted you, but I got so excited.
Okay.
I need to do like a sexy joke again, sorry. But imagine if you're sleeping with a guy and that's what he exclaims after like 10 minutes of trying. How unsexy is that? Okay, sorry. You can continue, Gina.
Yeah. But okay, so it's a bit off for away. So it like 200 meters, 300 meters, I don't know, something. And that is like the bird fly distance, not the walking road distance. Is it called bird distance? Birdway?
Yeah.
It's not, right?
Not in English, but in Sweden,
Yeah.
if you know fågelväg. I don't care what other people know and don't know.
Yeah, true. I feel like people would understand. If they don't understand, it's not my problem.
Exactly. Then they're dumb.
Yeah. But they're kids. When I'm working with my horses, or just in the garden or something like that, I can hear their kids screaming bloody murder. Basically.
Um.
And it's just like I can understand that you let your kids run a bit wild because you do live in the middle of nowhere. But for the love of God, make them at least quiet enough that we can't hear them 300 meters away.
Yeah. But, imagine having them as normal neighbors in like the suburb.
Yeah. I mean, they would be heard around the block.
Yeah, more even.
Yeah, probably more. But you have more houses that's gonna take up a bit more of the sound. But
yeah,
I do not understand. If I would like, imagine if you or me would have screamed that much.
oh my god, I would be hit so hard in the back of the head, like, shut the fuck up. I got the other one in! Okay. Why am I so fucking excited? Okay. We cannot change colors now. We're just doing this color forever.
May this thread last forever.
Look, I got it. Wow. Yes. I'm currently renting a room at. It's kind of horrible. The room or the area that you're renting in. You go, Ovi. Thank you.
I kind of just want to see that. Well, it's Malmö. It's both.
Yeah, probably.
But I'm kind. I'm not saying it.
Yeah, I live in an apartment where every wall is made out of concrete, so it kind of takes away the sound a lot, which I'm really, really grateful for, because all of my neighbors have babies and I can hear them scream. Even with the concrete and stuff, I can hear them scream through the walls. You know? I wake up in the middle of the night like, and then there's just babies screaming. It's not very nice. It's not very nice, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm guessing they listen to my cat screaming too, and me screaming back at him.
Probably,
But I don't know. It also, like, sometimes I wonder, like, what can you do as a neighbor? Because I have one neighbor that I'm pretty sure that he is maybe physically abusive towards his woman. I don't know if they are married or whatever, but she screams like she's being murdered sometimes. And I can hear them slam the doors, and she screams, and she slams, and then scream. And I'm like, and this happens like I don't know, 1, 2 in the middle of the night. And I don't know, like, should you call the cops? What if it's not what you think it is, and then you're calling the cops because you're worried? Should you mind your own business? I don't know.
I kind of think that you could call the police because it could be something like a crime being committed right now. It could be that. So I think that you are well within your right to do that. Because it's like people tell us all the time, like, if someone is threatening to do something, you call like 911, but our country's number instead. Like right then and there, even if you think that this threat is not serious, because Essence is saying that better call 1 times too many than 1 time less than you should.
Is it better to call 1 time too many than 1 less? Yeah. It's just like, I think I'm very, very Swedish in that extent that I don't want to be a bother. I don't want to bother people. I don't want to, like, accuse people of anything. I just be like, you know. And the bad thing is that I see this man a lot, you know, in the elevator, and I share the elevator a lot with him. And I know that if you call the cops, like, you know, they're not going to say, like, oh, it was your neighbor on that side that called. You know, I know they're not going to do that, but, you know, I feel so dumb, you know.
I think that what you could do is to just call the, you know, the non-emergency line.
Yeah, the 14,
Yeah, and just ask them, like, hey, this is happening a lot. What are my options? Or could you do something about it? Or what should I do?
Yeah. Oh my god. This was hard. My nails are making it hard for me. Sorry, I'm talking about the cross-stitching.
I know. I was also thinking, like, you don't have these little circle things that you can put it in to make the fabric stretch a bit more taut.
Oh, I have that, but I don't know if I think that would make it easier. It's easier when you have, like, a lot of fabric, but now I don't know if I need it.
You don't have that much, like, white fabric until there is the random border around the thing.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, I don't know. I have weird neighbors.
One interesting thing that happened around New Year's Eve, by the way, because I have not told you this.
Okay, tell me. I want all the drama and tea.
Yes, you're gonna get all of the drama. All of the neighbor drama. Yes.
Yes.
But this neighbor that I, by the way, do not like for several reasons, but they are the ones with the kids that's screaming.
The firework, or not the firework, but the fireworks actually. And
yeah, they are the ones who did the
And the shooting.
the second winter they were here, like, because not the first, but the second, they started shooting off fireworks on a field right next to my horse's pasture without telling us in advance. So I had no idea they were doing this, and I thought that, well, they didn't do it last year, so they won't do it this year. They did it that year. I had 2 panicked horses to bring in, and after that I have hated them.
Yeah.
Especially since the wife says that she likes horses.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
but I mean, you know, there's people who can like something because they like looking at it and they assume it's nice, and then it's like people who like stuff and respect the stuff. You know,
I just think that they do not
care.
Yeah, I don't, not really that, but I don't just think that they don't realize that there are other people nearby, kind of, that get affected by what they do. I just don't think they realize that their actions have consequences for other people.
Yeah.
Kind of. But this year, after that year though, they have actually told us in advance. But the first year was kind of cute because Moose is like, he weighs 800 kilograms or something. He's a big horse. And he just went to me and went like, "Mom, help me." And I had basically this huge horse in my lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is a cutie though.
Yeah, and he really comes to me when something bad happens. But it was Lady's first or second winter or something like that. So she had a bit more issues.
Yeah.
And she doesn't really come to me the same way he does. So she was the difficult one to rein in. But this year they told us in advance, so we knew. And I have a stable now, so I always take them in. And especially when it's New Year's Eve, I have like a radio going for them and stuff like that. So I brought the horses in because I knew this was happening. I just went out to check on them when the neighbors then started. So I have not been inside celebrating New Year's Eve with my family ever. Or in a couple of years at least. So I went there. I knew what was going on. And while I walked to
I did a line. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, nice. While I walked to the stable, I just heard screaming from the neighbors on the opposite side of the road from the troubled neighbors. So it's like one of my closest neighbors as well. And I heard dog barking. So they had not gotten the heads up. So they now had a loose dog on New Year's Eve.
Fun.
Very fun. And I also know that they are they got upset, very upset, rightfully so.
Yeah.
But it's also so weird that they sort of think like, okay, hey, we should tell these neighbors because they have animals, and then they don't tell the neighbors that are
yeah.
And these guys have like their mailboxes are next to each other. They are just the opposite side of the road.
Yeah.
Basically. I mean, technically I think my house is the closest one, but by car the other neighbor is the closest one.
Yeah.
So it's so odd that they didn't tell them. And it's also like I really dislike them. I can sort of just smile and nod if I see them, but I don't dislike.
Yeah, I understand.
But I kind of am also like that. Like, if you hurt my horses, you know.
Yeah. Fuck you.
I will not forgive you.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, I will not forgive you.
Yeah.
So yeah, has happened twice now.
I mean, I find it very understandable though. Like, but it was like, it's super weird. Like, I think it was Tuesday during fika, and for you guys who don't know what fika is, it's basically you sit down and have a cup of tea, coffee, cookie, sandwich, whatever, And we
Something
have
to eat, maybe food, not food, but maybe a sandwich, maybe something sweet.
yeah, and we have
Maybe
that.
both.
We have that at work twice a day. We have it in the morning, and you have it in. I was going to say evening, but you have it in the afternoon as well. The morning fika is the most important one for me because that's the only one that I have time with. Because in the afternoon I don't have time for fika because I have a lot of classes and stuff almost every day. Anyway, I use it as my second breakfast, and there's one girl. She is probably the same age as you and me, Gina. I think she's 30, 25,
Okay.
30-ish. And she was like, my friend has gotten herself a dog. And I was
Okay.
like, okay. And she was like, she kind of did not get it recently, but she have had it for like 1 year or something. But she treats this dog like it's her family member, like it's her son. And she say that she does not need an actual child or a son because she has her dog, and her friend is apparently single as well, so she uses her dog as her son while the rest of the friends are getting actual babies. And this person, who is an admin at the school that I work at, she was like, that's so fucking disgusting. How can you say that a dog is your son? It's not even close to the same thing. Animals are not, humans. They cannot replace children and babies. And, I don't want to be that person. So I did not say anything, so I just sat there and smiled. But in my head, it was like, you fucking disgusting. Animals can too be your babies. All my kittens are my babies. And they will always be my babies. I don't understand how people can be like, it truly bothers me. Like, I can understand, sure, cats, dogs, animals are not human beings and they cannot be children, but you're still taking care of them, you're still feeding them, you're still, taking care of their fur, you're doing everything, and you go to like, vets and everything and take care of their health. You do everything for them, just like you do with a baby. It's technically just a baby, but with fur.
Yeah, and can we, like, I feel like this is so weird, but if this is Spider. Hello, can you move, please?
Fur
I am
babies.
using my desk.
Yeah.
Can you please remove yourself from this desk? You cannot.
I'm so happy that I have a boss, because my boss, she has a lot of animals. She has everything from chickens to 4 dogs to 2 cats and everything, and when my cat, Sherlock, he started walking funny because his nail was broken, and it turned out it was not the nail, it was actually his toe. Like the bone of one of his toes were broken, but he could not walk on it and he was in immense pain. And I called my boss and I was like, I have to call in sick because I have to take care of him and I need to take him to the vet. And I was freaking out, and she was like the one who like, take it easy, breathe, you can be home, it's fine, work from home, you don't have to like call in sick, you can work from home today, you don't have to take like a sick leave day for that and blah blah blah, but go and take care of your animals. So she understands it, but there's so many people that don't understand that. You're like, oh, your animal is sick, well, I don't give a fuck. I don't understand. They're babies.
Yeah, but I came back to what I was saying before. Random spider invaded my working space and I had to toss it away.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like in Sweden we are very progressive when it comes to LGBTQ plus stuff,
Yeah.
or mainly LGBTQ. Like, if we think that it's weird for people to not be fine with homosexual people,
Yeah.
like the norm in Sweden is that love who you want.
Yeah.
Why is it weird to be asexual or to not want to have kids. Why is that weird?
Gina.
It doesn't affect you in the slightest. I mean, it doesn't affect people in the slightest. Why is it weird?
I think it's like, the reason why people did not, like, because when we talk to people who are against homosexuality and stuff, the only thing that they bring up is you can't have children. Like, if you're in this kind of relationship, you can't have children. I think it's wired into humans that you need to produce children. In my, like, I'm in a relationship where we can't have children. Like, I'm in a relationship with a man and we can still not have children naturally. But, I can still have a child. I can still go and adopt a child. It's still my child if I adopt someone. A normal set of, a normal, in quotation mark, relationship does not equal that you can still have a baby or that you can have a child. It's not always easy for some people. Some people just can't, some people don't have swimmers that work. Some girls do not have eggs, it is what it is. But for some reason, that's all people talk about. Like, when I started, every time I start a new working place, that's what everyone is talking about. Like, oh, you're 30? Do you have children? No? Oh, you don't? Okay, when are you gonna have children? And I'm like, So I started telling people the truth that me and my boyfriend can't have children. And then people feel super shit. But, that's how they make me feel every time they bring up, like, when I'm gonna have children. Why do we have to talk about it? It's such a sensitive subject. Like, just, and they don't ask my boyfriend.
I really don't
it's only me.
about it. Like, children is always a sensitive subject. Don't bring it up. And if one person is saying that, and in this case, it's also like they live alone. Like, how are they supposed to get a child? Are they supposed to get to, like, a fertility clinic and just get a donor?
Yeah.
Because that costs a lot.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Does she even want to raise a kid on her own? That's a difficult thing to do.
I looked it up. It's not that expensive.
Be happy with her fur baby.
It's
don't understand.
It's still not.
As long as she doesn't treat the dog as a human, it's fine.
But where do like the line go from treating an animal like to human? Like, because I talk to my cats like they are humans.
Yeah, I do that as well. But for me, it's the line kind of goes that you can never expect an animal to have the same feelings as a human.
Yeah.
Because we aren't the same. They will have feelings. They will have that. But I will never expect my horses to love me the way that I love them. Because horses' emotions don't work that way. They don't have that strong of a love connection.
Damn, you're telling me your horses don't like you? Wah.
I'm telling you they like me, but they don't love me.
Oh, very sad. I don't think my cats like me.
Yeah, Moose likes me a bit more than Lady, though. But I also
But you had him longer.
Breeding. Yeah, and it's also because of the breed. Cold-blooded horses generally really bond to one person. Lady is a one-person horse as well, but not the same way that Moose is, in a way.
It's really hard to do the cross-stitching because I can't see anything, and I legit have to take it up like this close to my face to see the holes because the holes are so small. And I think it's the lighting. The lighting is shit in my living room where I'm sitting, by the way. I just can't see anything. Wait, I have a lamp here. Is that gonna help me? Maybe. We will see. Yeah. I just... But the thing is, when I asked her, she did not have animals. So I'm just thinking she's just not an animal person. That's why she doesn't understand it. But it really bothers me when people are like bashing other people when the other people is not doing anything to harm anyone. Like,
Yeah.
legit, her friend is just happy. Her friend has a dog that she loves. Let her fucking love her dog. Like, you know, who is hurting by her saying that her dog is her son? Like, legit, I say that my cats are my sons. I even call my boyfriend dad, you know, because he's a cat dad. So, you know, when I say talk to my Titus, for example, I'm like, oh, where do you think dad is right now? Oh, is he at work? Do you miss dad? You know, because that's our son. Like, you know. And it's not weird, in my opinion.
Yeah. Though I will say that working in school is kind of fun in that regard, because the kids have been asking me sometimes, like, oh, do you have kids or something like that. And when I usually say no. Like, I say no, that I have enough as it is with the horses.
Yeah.
Sometimes they ask me if I have plans for kids in the future, and I once again say no. And then one time, one of them just said that, "Hey, it's enough with us, right? You can have us."
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I have you guys.
Hannah.
I have 140 kids.
Yeah.
Beat that.
I mean, that's cute.
Yeah, it is.
My kids call me retarded. I had a student yesterday who called me retarded, and you know, you smile and you like, maybe I am, but you still need to fucking pick a book and pick it. I was so mad at this child. I also think that she might have some issues, and I told her teacher and they were going to look into it. But they said that they kinda noticed already. So I'm like, yeah, okay. Thank you for not telling me that, because, you know, I could have been prepared and more helpful to her if I knew that she had struggles. Which is like another thing that bothers me. When you're working as like a librarian, teachers don't include you into like the workspace because they're like, oh, they just go there and borrow books. But, you know, if I have the wrong approach to someone who has, I don't know, autism or anything, I could hurt them in a way because my way of behaving, or like maybe they don't like a certain thing done or whatever. You know, I can unintentionally hurt that person. So it's good for me to know all these things. But they never, like the teachers never include me because, you know, I'm just a school librarian.
I wonder also if it's something that they can tell you because of you know, the tystnadsplikt and stuff like that.
I've been told that I am supposed to know. My boss tells me that I should know, and to know I need to talk to the teachers, and the teachers are supposed to tell me, but they don't.
I would probably I don't know if, but you should have one. But I would head to the special education teacher.
Oh yeah, I work with them, but they tell me that I need to talk to the teachers. I need to talk to every teacher in every class to know if the teacher have some kid that I need to have special care for. So it's kind of
why though? That's
I think it's because, you know, they don't want to be bothered and nobody knows what to say and not to say, so it's easier to like go there, and then you go there and that person is like, oh no, you need to talk to this person, and then you go to that person, and then that person is like, no, you have to talk to that person, and then you go to that person, and then in the end you just feel like, I don't give a fuck. If I run into an issue, I run into an issue, and you stop asking questions after a while. And I think that's kind of like what they're going for, because they don't know, I'm guessing. But it's a little bit annoying. The only time I actually get to know is if someone is dyslexic. If someone is dyslexic, I'm the first one to know. Which is kind of maybe understandable, but like I had one guy 2 years ago in my school. He came into the library and he just knocked over a bookshelf and started throwing books at both me and everything else in the library. And I was like, what the fuck do I do? Like, you know. And I tried to talk to him, and that's when he started like throwing the books at me, and I was like, should I go to the teacher? Should I go to the principal? Should I go to the admin? Who do I go to? What do I do? And I just kind of froze in that situation. Because I was like, you know, does he have like a diagnosis that I should be aware of that maybe could have helped me in that situation? Or, you know, and the people just told me like, just go get someone else if you don't know how to handle it. And I was like, I knew how to handle it if I knew what he had. You know, today I know how to handle him because I know what to expect from him, and I know what calms him down. If I would have known that the first time, that would not have been an issue. But I don't know. People are annoying in schools. It's just, I love working in a school, but I also hate it because as a school librarian, you're the most lonely person there because you're not really part of the teachers and they don't want you to be part of them. And you're not really part of the special teachers, blah, blah, blah. You're not part of the administrators. You're basically all alone and you have nobody to talk to, nobody to get ideas from, nobody to do anything with. You're always the outsider.
Funnily enough, that's what music teachers feel like as well.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
The music teacher usually
I
come to
understand
me.
you. I just feel like it's baffling that they have a kid that is that violent to the point of throwing things at people,
Yeah.
and that they don't have an adult at that kid's side 24/7.
Oh, he does that now, but then in the beginning he was new to the school because he was transferred from another school because the parents of the child was like, that school don't know how to handle him, so we don't want him to go to this school, so we transfer him to your school. And then we kind of realized the school probably did know how to handle him, but the parents were in denial that he had a diagnosis because they did not want to have him have assistance or any help whatsoever because he was a normal child. But today he do have an assistant and he's a lot calmer. He curses and calls me a cunt, but what can you do? You know, I know for a fact that he's really nice when he's nice, but then when he's an asshole, he's a fucking asshole. But it's not really him to decide his mood swings, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. I've seen that.
He's a very nice kid, and he loves to read. He usually comes to the library and be like, Ophi, where's the new book in this series? And I'm like, oh. So he's pretty cool. I like him. Apparently, also he feel calmest in the library and with me. So when he is about to have like an outbreak, he usually comes to me and he helped me sort books out and, you know, blips the books in the system. Sometimes I don't need any books to blip, so I just take random books, be like, here, you can scan these books, and he's just standing there like scanning, but beep 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 beep, and he gets calm, and then he goes back to the classroom.
I feel like that's such a good thing of him to do, though. Like, he's mature enough to realize that I need an outlet. I go to this place to calm down, that works. And he, at least sometimes, actually does good work and help you.
Yeah.
So I feel like that is kind of awesome for him because he's not that old.
No, I think he goes to 5th grade now. Yeah, I met him when he was in 3rd grade. Yeah. So, yeah, he's pretty young still.
Yeah, like I'm a teacher for 6th grade and up, but right now I just have 7th and 8th grade.
You don't have 9th graders anymore?
No, I just have two ages. I only have 140 students, Ophelia. I don't have 180 anymore.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
I have the entire school still.
Yeah, I know.
I have 3 entire schools, actually, to
I
be
know.
precise. And all my students are like, why do you not know my name yet? And I'm like, do you know how many fucking students I have, you fucking piece of shit? I can't learn all the names.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to tell kids that last year when I had 180 kids and 70 of them I met for 40 minutes once a week. I was like, well, I don't know your names because I have so many other kids and I meet you 40 minutes a week.
Yeah. Like, I meet my kids like once a month. So, it's even harder for me.
Yeah.
And then you look at them, you're like, and your name? And they're just like, how do you not know my name? You have known me for 3 years. And I'm like, I don't know. Are you named Lucas? And he's like, I'm not Lucas. I'm like, I'm sorry. What is your name? You look like a Lucas to me. Oh, hi Ace. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Yeah, hi. I'm here with my friend Gina. You can find her link in my pinned comment if you want to go. She streams cozy games and she's very wholesome. I am
except when I murder stuff.
I am
I do tend to murderificate stuff.
Yeah, I am like she's the wholesome one, and I am the chaotic friend that's like, ooh, what is this? And then I do chaotic things, and she has to clean after me.
Yeah.
If I'm not evil enough to drag you into my evilness.
Yeah, but I feel like we are both a bit chaotic, but I don't know if I'm chaotic neutral or chaotic good, but
I'm chaotic bad.
Chaotic evil, I think it's called in that case.
But still.
Yeah. I think I'm chaotic good because they tend to be more good than neutral, but
yeah. I can still not see the holes in this one. I think cross-stitching was a good idea until you had to do it, and I can't see the holes. I think I will need to do this on my own, sadly. Hopefully you guys are okay with us just rambling about random things instead.
Yeah. I command you to be okay with it.
I thought I was the queen. How the fuck are you commanding?
Well, I am commander of some armies, at least.
I see.
If I'm not, I am grabbing one.
Oh.
Be commander of.
Are you Ooh, you can be commander of my army, because I don't think I have one.
Yeah. At the same time, I am your assassin and spy, so maybe I shouldn't be a commander, but still.
Oh yeah, that also makes sense, to be honest.
Yeah.
The question is, what do we do instead? Should we talk about books instead? Should we talk about the books that I read this year?
Sure. I don't know how much I can talk about those books, unless you want to talk about Harry Potter.
I have not read any Harry Potter yet this year. But I
have.
Not this year. The last one I read was last year.
Yeah, that was last year.
But I can still tell you about the books,
Yeah. You can. I like to listen to you talking about books, and I can ask questions and stuff. So yeah, you go.
I go.
Yeah, you go, girl.
Let me show you. Oh, good. It's so big. Oh my god. It's too big. I'm putting up my Goodreads so people can see what I'm talking about. I felt like that made sense.
Yeah, I just wrote Saturday on the spot where Friday is supposed to go at.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Wait. These are the books I read this year. I have not read that many. I read 12 so far, and I just realized when I say that I know it's a lot compared to other people.
By the way, Ophi,
Mm.
you remember that student I had that I sort of asked you about book tips for horror books and stuff like that?
Oh yeah. Mm.
Yeah. Um, her mom never thought that she's gonna start reading like well, sure, you can give her a book list. She's not gonna start reading. Uh, she reads a lot now, and she's gone to the library a lot.
See? I told you,
Yeah.
it's all about finding the right book for the right person. And if you find the
Yep.
right book for a person, that person will love reading and they will read all the time.
Yep. And
Mm.
that is what has happened with this kid.
It makes me
Mm.
happy to hear.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go! I do my job as a librarian. Woo!
Yeah. And it's also kind of fun because of her mom just thinking like, well, this is not gonna work, and then it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of negative point of view for a mom, but
Okay, I think that she was very hopeful that it would work, but she kind of didn't believe that it would. Kind of.
I see, I
So she
see.
got super surprised when it worked so well that she's still reading a lot half a year later, and she's devouring books. Maybe not
Mm.
devouring books as in, reading a lot, but
Not Ophi style devour.
yeah, yeah, not Ophi style.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but still.
Mm, mm, It makes me happy. It's always fun to see, like, when you find the right book for the right kid and that kid comes back and you can see, like, their eyes are glistening. You just feel like, yes, finally, they like it, Because
Yeah,
everyone tells me that reading is boring, reading is no fun, nobody will ever like reading. And I'm like, that's because you either feel like reading is school related or because, you only read boring books and you haven't found your book yet. If you find your book, you will like it. And there is a book for everyone, there's a genre for everyone. You just need to find it. Everyone is a
yeah,
reader, but
and
everyone haven't found it yet.
and I really recognize what you are saying about the whole twinkling in their eyes, because I really feel that way in the teaching as well. Like when you get a student to actually understand a math problem that they are stuck at, and then they suddenly go like, "Oh yeah, 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 I know," when they just dive head first back into the problem.
Mm.
Or when I am talking about something, mainly physics, because that's my main thing. It doesn't happen that much in chemistry or the others.
Yeah.
But when I'm talking about something in physics and they ask a question and I answer and stuff like that, and I tend to answer in no matter what their question is, I tend to answer even if it's something that I feel like you go to the 7th grade. This is not something that you will encounter until you go to university. But
Yeah.
and sort of just see their eyes start to sparkle in a way like, what? You mean to tell me that everything is wave?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. But you don't need to know that right now. But yes.
Yeah. I think it's most rewarding. I think that's why both me and many others like to work with kids and especially in schools. Because I like being there and helping them through their reading problems. I like being that little person who helped them solve the puzzle finally when it comes to reading. And yeah,
Yeah.
it makes me happy and it makes me feel fulfilled in a way.
Yeah. It's basically like that.
Yeah.
It's also like the good bits of working with kids are so insanely good that you sort of live off it for weeks.
Yeah.
And then the bad things are also insanely bad.
Yeah, but I
You
feel
sort
like the good is still better than the bad. Like the bad is bad, and there's so much stress and there's so much things to do, and you never have time for the things that you're meant to do, and you're always behind with something. But when the good happens, you just feel like your heart is fluttering and you're like, yeah, this is why I'm doing all this. This is why I'm, struggling with all the stress and all the pain working in the school and education because of this
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah, absolutely. The good is so insanely good.
Mm.
The bad is bad, but the good is insanely good.
Mm.
But it's also like in one day you can go from insanely good to insanely, not really insanely bad, but from insanely good to really, really bad and back to really good again. Like
Yeah.
it can go
Roller coaster.
one day can be wild.
Yeah. I feel like, that's very nice though, because when it comes to the library world, like if you work in a public library, not much happens. You do the same thing over and over and over again, and like the days look the same, the days mash together. It's not like a lot of new things happening and stuff. But when you work in a school, there's always stuff happening, there's always new projects to do, new things to dive into, and bad things happening that you have to deal with. So I don't know, like the days are more interesting when you work in a school. But I do think that, if you get yourself a kid and you have small children or babies, I don't think working as a librarian in schools are the most fun. I feel like, then you might want to have more stable, doing the same things and not wearing yourself out. Because when you work in a school, you are fucking tired when you get back home because you put all your energy into all the shit that happens in the school and you want your students the best. But
Yep.
if you have your own children at home, you might want to have energy when you get home instead. So I understand when a lot of people or a lot of librarians are school librarians when they're young and then they transfer into like public library when they get older because they want to be there for their children.
Yeah. And I also kind of mirror that into teaching because there are a lot of teachers who can be extremely patient with the kids in school and stuff like that, but when they get home, they are so tired out that they struggle to have the same patience with their own kids, sort of.
Mm.
And you can definitely see that sometime where they kind of believe or they kind of have that feeling of I am actually a better parent to my students than to my actual kids.
My mom
Because
was like that.
they are that tired when they got home and they have absolutely no energy left.
My mom was like that. My mom is not a teacher, but she's a fritidsledare. But she works with kids in like daycare, I was gonna say, but like it was a Christian uh, youth center basically.
Yeah.
And she had kids that was newly born. They were 0 years old and up to they were like 15, 16 or something. And she had a lot of kids, a lot of teens every day. And she worked for like 20 years in this youth center for Christians or whatever. And she put her heart in it, and she really did, and she was great at her job, and everyone loved her at her job, and she was great. But then when she got home, she wasn't really, I mean, I love my mom and she's a great mom, but like during the weekdays, she was so tired from like taking care of all the kids that she did not have energy for me and my brothers, and she was very easily irritated. Like we could do like the smallest little thing and she would be very mad and scream at us right away because she did not have any patience whatsoever, because she had already like had all the patience for the other kids at work. So I remember when I was a kid that I thought it was very unfair that they got to have my mom and then I got monster when she got back from school, you know. But like,
Yeah.
you know, when I work in a school myself now, I understand. Like, you know, when I get home from work and Val is like wanting to talk to me, I'm like, shut up, I don't want to talk. Like, I've been using my voice all day, I've been talking to people all day, I've been helping people with everything all day. I don't want to fucking talk to anyone. I want to sit here, eat my chocolate, and read my book and be left alone. Like, you know.
Yeah.
I
And that's
get
also
it.
the insane part of working in schools is that you can talk so much that day that you sort of just go like, I hate speaking, I will not speak no matter who is trying to get my attention. I will not say another word today.
Yes.
Um
Hello, everyone. I see Donut and John is here. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Gina is here.
Yes, I am here.
I was going to do cross stitching, but I can't see anything because I'm apparently blind. So, Gina is here to entertain, and we always end up talking about our jobs because, you know, we are apparently workaholics. Don't ask us. It is what it is.
Yeah.
We were going to talk about books, but do we? No, we fucking don't.
It's been 1.5 hours. We still haven't talked about books.
Exactly, 1.5 hour in, no books been talked about.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Gina, have you ever read the Moomin books?
No.
No, none of them?
No.
Did you like the Moomin? You know, watching the show when you were a kid?
I think I liked a few of them at least. I felt like some of it were a bit scary because I was a scaredy cat when I was younger.
People who don't know who
Um,
Moomin is, I need to take a picture. This is Moomin, by the way.
Yeah.
Mm.
I kind of didn't like it that much because I felt like they talked really, really weird. So sometimes I kind of couldn't understand them because of the way that they spoke, because they are speaking basically
Finnish.
Finland Swedish.
Yeah. Yeah, because like they talked Swedish but with a Finnish accent, so like it was hard to understand them.
Yeah.
I had that too. I actually never read any Moomin book either, and I was super scared of Moomin when I was a kid. I thought they were terrifying and they were monsters, and I was scared of them. And when I tell people, they laugh at me. I don't understand. Oh, I know that. Moomin is 10 out of 10. The Danish version of theme song is peak nostalgia for me. I mean, I can understand it, and I understand why people like it. But I felt like a failure that I had not read a Moomin book. So I decided to read a Moomin book this year, actually. I read it this week.
I kind of didn't know that there were books.
Yeah. The series, the show is based on the books.
I see. I had a computer game with Moomin actually.
Oh, was it fun?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
Yeah, but I played it a lot. Like I played it the same amount as I played like Robinson Crusoe and stuff like that.
Yeah. But I read Moomin in Winter. So it's basically, it was like this winter wonderland Moomin book.
Is it when Moomin wakes up and all of his family is still sleeping?
Yeah, because what is it called? Hibernating? Right?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. They are hibernating and sleeping like bears do. They like går i ide.
Yeah.
And they sleep the entire. But Moomin himself wakes up, and me as well wakes up.
She doesn't hibernate, right? Because she's not one of those.
I don't know. She was sleeping, and she was supposed to sleep, and she did not know what snow was either. So it was like her first winter as well. Don't ask me. There's not a lot of facts in this book, so to speak. But I decided to read it, and I don't like it.
Okay.
Like, there's nothing wrong with the Moomin book. It's just depressing. Like, I don't understand how this is a children's book, because Moomin is fucking depressing. Like, In the book, they just talk about how alone they are. Like, sure, it's the wonder of not knowing what winter and snow is and experience the snow and winter for the very first time ever. Like, sure, that's a wonderful thing and everything, and it's very nice described. But what fills me most is being alone. It's cold. It's dark. Moomin is basically praying for the sun to come back, and he's crying because he's alone and his family's not waking up, and he's scared that they will never ever wake up, and what will he do if he's alone forever and ever? And I'm like, oh my god. Like, it was really horrible to read, and I feel like I could relate a lot to it because I thought it was horrible. Oh, but like, it's cute, I guess. But I don't I don't understand like the big Moomin hype, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because
I never understand that.
Because every librarian in Sweden is a huge Moomin lover. Like, they love Moomin so much. Like, they have posters of Moomin, they have plushies of Moomin, they have everything with Moomin in the library. And I'm just like, sure, they kind of cute, but like...
I feel like Petson of Findus is better. Way better. Not the TV show, though, but the books are really good.
Yeah, I
like
think
them.
so too. Yeah, I like Petson and Findus too. But like, Moomin is such a cultural thing and a happening, and these like tea mugs. Every librarian has one. Everyone. And I told my coworkers, like, I've never read a Moomin book, and they bashed me and made fun of me a lot. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. And now I don't even dare to say that I did not even like it. Like, I gave it 3 stars because it was alright and I can understand it, but heresy. I have never read a Moomin book, but I am extremely offended that you do not like Moomin as much as I do. Heresy. Yeah. That's how every librarian is as well. They get super bad. I don't know. I think maybe my mom read like the Moomin books for me when I was a child, but maybe I was just so small that I don't really remember it. But I remember the TV show freaked me out, and I didn't like it. And I thought that Lilla Me, the little one, I feel like she was a bitch, and I hated her.
I liked Snusmumriken.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's cute, but he's not in the winter book because he
moves away in the winter.
Exactly. So he moved away. So Moomin is all alone.
Yeah.
And then some Norwegian like slalom åkare comes. And he's like, I'm gonna teach you how to ski because I'm from Norway, kinda. He doesn't say he's from Norway, but you can understand that he's from Norway because they are making fun of him. Like, like he was from Norway.
Although this is written by a Finnish author, so could be from Sweden as well.
No, definitely Norwegian nerd. Definitely, but yeah, I read that. I actually gave it 4 stars. Damn, that's actually more than I thought. It does not deserve more than 3. Maybe I gave it.
Change it.
Maybe I gave it 4 because I saw all my Goodreads friend gave it 5, and I was like, they cannot know that I'm giving this 3 stars. Oh, that sounds like something I would do, actually.
I see.
This is apparently book 6 in the series. Moomin and the Great Flood is the first one. Oh, Moomin in Summer Madness. Very cool. But yeah, I read the Moomin in Midwinter. That's the one I read.
I actually remember when I was watching the series, and the entire episode was basically me just waiting for Snusmumriken to appear.
And he didn't?
Yeah, in the winter one he didn't. I was very disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Flagler. How you doing?
And I have absolutely no idea what he's called in English because he definitely is not called Snusmuriken.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Moomin. Snufkin.
Snufkin?
Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Uh,
That's a weird name. But yeah, Snufkin.
Snusmuriken is better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Petition to change it.
know. I'm doing good. Hopefully you're doing well. Snufkin? Yeah. Imagine being named Snufkin. Maybe he's a sniffer, you know, he snip snip. I don't know, it's a weird name. That sounds like a bad name, no offense. Agreed.
Yeah. It's cool. It's me and Ophi didn't like it that much.
Yeah.
As in, how do you feel about Snufkin?
We don't like Snufkin around here.
Yeah.
I did read a super cute book yesterday, by the way. It's called Det regnar hjärtan. It's a picture book. It's a Swedish picture book, and it's called It's Raining Hearts. It's super cute. It's about this girl who's called Salvango. She's from an African country with her family, but they moved to Sweden, and it's about how she's in love for the very first time. And she's in love with a person in her class, but she does not want to tell you who it is because it's a secret.
Obviously.
She's a secret. She does not even want to talk to the person she's in love with because it's embarrassing. But she thinks that the guy who she's in love with might actually like her too because he's looking at her during class and his cheeks are getting all red. But she's so in love that when she goes home from kindergarten, she has so much emotions, you know, that she has to hug a tree. Because that's what you do when you're in love. You just want to hug everything because you're so happy.
Like what I did.
And it's so cute. And then one day she's out with her mom when she's walking home from school. And she takes down a star from the sky and she decides she's going to talk to the person she's in love with, you know, at the end of the school the next day and give him the star that she took down from heaven. It's so cute! Oh my god, I love this so much. My little heart goes doki doki when I get this.
Ducky, ducky.
Oh my god. The thing is, it looks like she's in love with a guy, but they never explicit said it's a guy. And it could be a girl with a very guy-ish style that she's in love with, but I kind of like the fact that they never explicit says it's a guy that she's in love with. So I kind of like that, you know? They making it a little bit LGBTQ, but it's not like, you know, said on paper that it's LGBTQ. It's more like you can take it that way if you want to. And then she's in Sweden, when you're in love, it's called that you're kär. And she's calling the person she's in love with for käris because she's in love with this person. So it's kind of like saying, oh, what would you call it? Lovely? No, not really lovely. Lovies? Something like that.
I think more like lovey.
Yeah, lovey. I think something like that. So she does not really have like a pronoun to the person she's in love with. Beloved? Yeah, maybe. Beloved could be good.
I feel like beloved is what you would call it in actual, but käris is not a proper Swedish word, so it's sort of like...
Yeah, it's a little bit slang-ish, but not slang.
Yeah.
Is there an English translation? No, I don't think so. No, it's only in Swedish. sadly. Show all editions. Yeah, only Swedish. It came out this year. No, last year in September, apparently. But I got it from my school and I just read it. It's 32 pages. But maybe if we search on Google, I can show you, because like the pictures in this book is just so good. That's what made me so in love with it. Like here, oh I can't. Here. Here. I'm in the way, I'm too big. Wait, I will move myself. Here you have a picture of the girl. Oh no, what happened? Oh yeah, no. What's happening? There we go. I can't find myself. Here you have, like, you know, she's walking home from school and she's so in love that it feels like it's raining hearts down on her, but it's actually just like the autumn leaves raining down on her. But she's just so in love that, you know, everything seemed to be heart-shaped just for her, because she's just exploding with this feeling of love. I just find it so cute. So cute. I just love it so much. And I actually had a book talk about this book yesterday in for second graders yesterday. And I was like, this is so good. And I asked the kids, have you ever been in love before? And they're like, everyone was like, you know, starting to like blush a little bit, and they started to like, you know, moving back and forward. And then suddenly there was like one girl who raised her hand and she was like, I have. And everyone was like, ooh. And I was like, it's such a wonderful feeling. I'm too in love. And she's like, oh, we're both in love, she said. And I was like, yeah. You know, that's days when you just like, you just feel like, yes, that's what we like. But I just like, you know, the art is so cute. It's so cute. And she just, you know, I love how it starts too, because this is the first page that it starts with, and it says, hello, my name is Salvango, and I have a secret to tell. I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love. And she's like jumping on like this water, and it's like squirting hearts from the puddle, and it's so cute. Oh my god, that's so adorable. That's the cutest thing. Yes. You know, when you work with like small children, this is like the best. But if you would have asked sixth graders if they ever been in love, they would be like, oh my god, you're so cringe. You know. So it's very, very nice to, you know, have kindergartens, 1 year graders and second graders, you know. They are the best people. Well, yeah, I think I gave this 5 stars, did I not? Oh, 4. Ah, so cute. Yeah, you should have 5.
9th graders. That's where it's at.
Yeah, they kind of cute too.
Yeah, because then they sort of just go like, they stop pretending and they just are, and they are easy to talk to and with because they just behave.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're getting more grown up, you know.
Yeah, and they aren't pretentious little brats.
Yeah, that's true. We're looking at kids' books. Yeah, we're talking about the books that I've read this year so far. I'm taking the books that I have something to say about. Some books I don't really have anything to say about. Like these 3 here, I don't have anything to say because I read them for work, because I have like a book circle with SFI. It's basically Swedish for immigrants. And I have like a book circle where we read very simple Swedish books and then we discuss them in groups. And that's why I read these 3. I don't have much to say about them. I did not like them, but it's not really important. They are for work after all. Gina, do you know how Galtea is?
What?
Galtea, do you know who she is?
Not that oh, isn't that the woman who was made from marble?
Mm.
Mm.
And the guy, he was so in love with her that he prayed to like Aphrodite to have her come to life because he felt like he made the most perfect human being ever out of
Yeah, and then she
marble.
comes to alive and she's no longer perfect. Imagine that.
Yeah. But you know, the girl who wrote the Song of Achilles that you're reading,
Yeah.
she wrote a book about Galatea, and it's like 20 pages long, so it's like a short story, I guess. I wanted to read this book, but to buy this book, it cost as much as a normal book, which is basically like $25. I'm not paying $25 for 20 pages. I'm just saying.
You borrowed it from the library then.
No, because they don't have it in the library, because, you know, we don't buy short stories like that. I one day I saw on my book app that they had it as an ebook, and I was like,
Ooh.
finally, motherfuckers! So I read it as an ebook on my app, and I did not like it. Like, I like the story. The story is good, but like this book, I don't like the way it was written, like the style it was written in. It's not written the same way as Song of Achilles is written. It's and I think it's also like she changed the story to make it more horror like and more scary like. She added a lot of abuse, and she added rape. She added murder. There's a lot happening in 20 pages, okay? And she, like, the way it's written is very vulgar. I don't know how it is in English because I read the Swedish translation because that's all my Swedish book app had. But I don't like Swedish cursing, and I don't like Swedish genitalia described to me.
Yeah.
I don't
Because,
mind I don't mind the English because I don't feel it's personal. But when I read it in Swedish, I feel like it's icky, it's disgusting, it's too close to me, and I'm like, ugh, ugh. You know.
I feel like it kind of depends on how it's described in English as well.
Yeah.
Because I have unfortunately read Sarah J. Maas.
Oh, yeah, I see.
and I'm also asexual, gray sexual at least. But yeah. So like the scenes like that, they don't interest me that much at all.
Yeah.
And then reading her very vulgar English words for the body parts.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ugh.
But like, you know,
it's just it just feels disgusting.
I feel like, you know, in those books, I'm not trying to justify anything, but in those books, it has a purpose in the scene because, you know, the scene is still, it's a sex scene, whatever, you know. But in this book, it's used to amplify other things that does not have to do with sexual interactions to do. It's like, you know, it's like, yeah, because it's like vulgar way of speaking, vulgar way of describing things. It's like, you know,
So they use it like the Swedish version of just let me curse using body parts.
Yes. To describe something, but not describing actual genitalia. Like, I don't know how to explain it. But when I read it, I was just like, you did not have to use that word. You could have excluded that word and the book would have been better. Like, you know, you don't have to have these words. You don't have to... and you know, one part of me is like, I don't even think they talk to each other back in the day like this, you know? Like, it feels such a gangster way of speaking to fit ancient Rome or ancient Greece. Like, you know,
I was about to say, this is Greece.
yeah, but still, like, you know, but you know, the story is good. I like the story. I don't really mind the fact that they amplified with more things, like, you know, because in the story, you know, it's the story that we know is that the sculptor prayed to Aphrodite. He got this, you know, beautiful porcelain doll, you know, and it turns out that as soon as she comes alive, she is not more perfect than any other woman because she's human now, and humans ain't perfect, you know. Sculptures can be perfect, but humans are not perfect. But in this book, it's more like, you know, oh no, every man is looking at you because you look perfect, and you know, you try to run away from me, and I don't want that, so I will put you into a psychic asylum where people think you're crazy because you tell them that you were a sculptor and now you're a human, and they think you're crazy, and I will come and meet you once a week, and then we have to play that, you know, you're a sculptor, and I wake you with a kiss, and then we fuck, and then I go home, and then she begs him to let him out, and he's like, no, and then she pretends that she's pregnant for a second time, apparently, because she already have a child, and they want her to do an abortion because he doesn't want to have a child again, and she's like saying, oh, if I'm going to drink this abortion tea, basically, I want to do it, you know, outside, and they are like not letting her outside because she might flee, but the nurse felt sorry for her because she's going to lose a child, so she's letting her go outside, and then she runs away, and then she drowned herself together with the sculptor. Now I told you the ending of the story, I'm sorry. But like that's not how the story goes, like the real story. I don't mind that they changed it. I really don't mind. What's interesting to me is that, you know, the book I read was 70 pages long. The real story is 20 pages. That's because the author added more pages to the end with like an after word, like a word after why she write about this. And that after word from the author is more interesting than the actual story. The story was shit, but I gave this book let's see, a 3, because I liked the author's thoughts behind it.
Okay.
What? Say what? Oh wow, I have no words to say. Yeah, it was a crazy ride for 20 pages, I gotta tell you. But you know, because she talks about the fact that, you know, women is seen as, you know, fragile, and we're perfect, and then we're not perfect. And he, the sculptor in this book, he also talks about like he thought she was perfect because she was a sculptor, of his imagination what a perfect woman was, and she was untouched, because he did not want to have like a girl on the street, like, you know, outside, because he doesn't know if they're untouched or not. And you know, when I read this story, all I was thinking was fucking incel, like, you know, that's what I was thinking the entire book. Or book, the short story, and that's kind of maybe how it is as well, that, you know, he has this view of what a pure, perfect woman is, and that's what he wants. But as soon as she comes alive, she's just like the women outside. It kind of like shatters his view of perfect women is. And you know, what is it that makes a perfect woman? Is it the way you look, or is it the way you act? You know, what makes you perfect? It's kind of like an interesting thought, and I liked her like, you know, thoughts on it, but the story itself was pretty meh. I wasn't super intrigued with it, but it's interesting, you know. with books like that. Then again, I never really liked Song of Achilles, that's super popular on TikTok either. I thought that was pretty meh as well.
Yeah.
You're reading it right now. How do you
Yeah.
find it?
I can understand why some people love it,
This is the book.
but I feel like it's pretty meh.
Yeah.
But I still want to finish it.
Mm.
But I don't feel like Monkey King is way better.
Yeah.
When are you reading Monkey King, by the way? Because I want to have a chat with you about that book, but I cannot have a chat with you about that book until you have read it.
My library don't have the book, and I don't have money to buy books right now. So when I have money to buy a book, I might buy it and read it. Okay.
Yeah.
So or you tell chat to buy the book for me. Maybe some kind
Chat,
soul
buy
out
her
there.
the book.
Yeah, give me money to take care of my book addiction. That's
But
feed it.
don't give her the whole Journey to the West, just Monkey King, okay?
No, I want the entire thing. I can't just read parts of it.
Journey to the West is larger than the Odyssey, Iliad, and Aeneid together. Like, it's those 3 books times 3, basically. I think it's big.
I'm like, how big is big?
Yeah, but I think this is the abbreviated version, at least.
These are the different parts. Which volume is the one 400? 400. If each is 400, like say 450 times 4 then. How roughly 2000. Which one is Monkey King in? Is it the first part?
It's more like the one I have is an abbreviation
Oh.
of the work.
See, then we can't talk, you and me. I need to read the proper thing.
Oh, you read the proper thing.
I don't give money to the broke. Fuck you, donut. Then you will call a small PP. Yeah, I will. It's not my fault. I'm Swedish. I don't know how to be grateful when people give me things.
Yeah.
I get flustered, and my way to say thank you is by trashing you. It's like, on your birthday and someone gives you a package or a gift, it's your birthday. Like, of course you're going to give a gift, but you still get flustered and you're like, oh, thank you. You didn't have to, and you don't know what to say because you feel so fucking shit and bad about it. I do. I don't know what to say, so in the end I'm like, fuck you. You small PP.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same for me because I don't even have things like that activated. Like, I have no way for people to gift me things.
Yeah.
Like, Clippy can gift me things because he has nestled himself into a position where he can.
He's on your Steam friend list.
Yeah. But other than that, people can't give me things. And when I did like the birthday, like my birthday stream and not the stream birthday stream, and people were like, "Hey, I kind of usually give stuff," and I'm like, "Wait, what? But would you give me stuff? It's just like fine, it's my birthday, but why would you give me stuff?"
Because it's your birthday and you turning 30, and that means you're old now.
No.
I will take a fuck
you.
you.
Are older than me by several months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will take a fuck you. Then a small PP, thank you very much. Okay, it's a deal then. I will say fuck you next time. It's kind of funny though, not gonna lie. I just never know what to say and I feel bad, It's easier to tell people that they're dumb for giving me things because it is dumb. You know? Yeah. It doesn't mean I don't like it. I love getting gifts. Who doesn't like getting gifts? Like, you know, every human being likes getting gifts no matter what they say. But it's like, you know, it's the shame of feeling like, you know, I'm not special. I'm not doing anything special. I don't really deserve getting stuff for doing nothing. Like, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, oh, I feel the need to do something in return for the gift, but I don't know what to do, which makes me frustrated, and then it makes me call you a small PP because I feel like you're putting me in a weird position. Kinda.
Yeah, and it's also like how like not knowing how to be thankful enough, kind of.
Yeah.
And that's really difficult to just be like, okay, I need to say thank you, but I don't know how to say thank you and so that it becomes worth it for me to have actually received this gift
Yeah.
randomly.
Because it's like, you know, some things that's gifted, like, you know, I can look at, like, you know, the value of something and be like, oh, this is worth this much, but you know, sometimes a thank you is very simple and it's not worth what the gift is worth. And
Yeah.
some gifts are worth more. For like example, Gina used recently on my birthday, she gave me books that I always wanted that's not in print anymore. And she got them not because she paid like 1,000 Swedish for them each, but because she gave me her old books that I've been looking at and being super fucking jealous of. I've been looking at them for so long. And it means more to me that she gave me her books because she knows I want them really badly than that she went out and got something. And I didn't know what to say. I was like, oh, thank you. And I smiled and I was like, I hate you, you fucking bastard. How am I supposed to top this when it's your birthday? That's why I never got you anything for your birthday. How does that feel like? No, but like, I don't know. It's like, you know, I think it's very Swedish of us to be like, you know, I need to do something in return. That's, you know.
Yeah.
Mm.
But for me, it was also kind of like I heard you had a bit of a rough birthday, so I had planned this for a bit longer than that though. But it was also like when I heard you had a really, like, not a really bad, but you had a bit of a disappointment on your birthday, and I sort of went like,
My birthday was
but
bad.
this is gonna make her very happy.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I kind of, I don't know why, but I kind of felt bad in a way because I was getting you my books like like it wasn't new books and it was like my second hand me down stuff basically.
But these books, you can't buy new ones. You have to buy
Yeah.
secondhand ones. And your books are in really good condition. It's like they are new because they are almost untouched. You know?
Yep.
If I would have gone and paid $100 for another secondhand book because they are not in print anymore, they would have, you know, they would have like I don't know, doggy ears and stuff. I don't like that.
Uh,
These are pretty, super pretty.
yeah.
I'm too afraid to touch them though, so I put them in a very dark place where the sun can't touch them. Because sun ruins books, you know, so they are in a very good position where the sun cannot hurt them.
I see.
But, you know, I want to read them again, but I'm like, I'm scared of opening them. I'm like, what if I ruin them?
It's kind of cute though, but kind of sad at the same time.
I know. Oh, that's why I only give love to Ovi. Yes, I want all of your love.
Yeah.
Love is most important.
Yeah.
Mm. I don't think I read anything more interesting. I read this one. I don't know if you guys watched iCarly when you were small on Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
The girl who was in iCarly, her name Jeanette McCurdy. She was an actor, not the one who was Carly, but Carly's best friend. I don't remember what the name of her was. Samantha. Sam. Yeah. The actor wrote a biography. I'm glad my mom died, and it's been all over TikTok, and everyone been talking about it. And I was like, and it won the award of best memoir of 2022. So I was like, yeah, I guess I have to read it. It was shocking, you know, because it's called I'm Glad My Mom Died, and her mom was horrible, and her mom basically made her anorexic and everything. And her mom pushed her own dreams to her. She didn't want to be an actor herself and stuff. And there was a lot of like, you know, sexual harassment on Nickelodeon, and she was going to be paid not to talk, and there was a lot of things happening which I didn't know, you know, but I can't say that the book is good written, but it's like, you know, memoirs are very rarely good written. I feel like, you know, people who write a memoir usually don't write books, you know, and I'm happy that it's not a lot of fluff and a lot of cool and aesthetically pleasing sentences, you know. That's good. But it was very straight to the fact. It was very like, she said this, I said this, I went here, I saw this, you know. After a while when you read that, you get tired, you know, you want a little bit of a change. So I only gave it 4 stars because it was an interesting story with everything that happened to her and I didn't know about. And it was a nice insight on how Nickelodeon treated their actors, their kids actors, child actors. Yeah. But all in all, I don't think I like memoirs. I like pretty sentences, and memoirs don't give me that. I watched SpongeBob back then. Good memories. I watched SpongeBob too. I still watch SpongeBob actually. The first time I read the title, I was like, whoa. But my friend told me about it and it makes sense. It does make sense. It does make sense. The thing is, though, I think she loved her mom more than anyone loved her mom because it's very, very apparent that she loves her mom and she wants her mom to be happy and she does everything for her mom. It's not after, it was like after her mom died that she realized that she had an unhealthy relationship to her mom and expectation to her mom what she was supposed to do, and she realized that her mom gave her both anorexia but also mental health issues. So she was like not aware of these things, so like she's glad that her mom died because then she could like be her own person and she could like grow up and realize this is more healthy for me and now I'm alive and not my mom's copy so to speak. But she was really, really sad when her mom died. It's not like, you know, yeah, my mom died, fuck her, you know. But yeah, it's a good book. If you want to read a memoir, I do recommend that. Another memoir that's super popular right now that I haven't read myself, but everyone talks about is Prince Harry wrote a memoir. Have you heard this, Ina?
My mom says it's stupid.
It is stupid! Have she read it?
No, but she's just read a lot of interviews from him and like she really like royals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And she finds the British royals to be oversellers, basically.
Yeah. But
but she finds him just completely stupid. Like, she kind of just says that, well, what did he expect?
Yeah. The thing is, I have not read the book yet, so I can't really say anything about it, but it's on my list to read. Most people say that, you know, like they don't want you to buy the book because you should not support this band and give him more money, you know. And everyone is like, go to the library and borrow the book, you know, because it's free and that does not give him money. I want to clear out this thing because I don't think many people know, because, you know, people are fucking dumb and retards, I was gonna say, but people are dumb. People are dumb, okay? When you borrow a book at the library, we pay the authors money every time that book is borrowed. Authors get money from the library in every country every time their book is borrowed. Which is why authors, let their books be in the library. Because why would they want people to borrow books for free? Completely free. So we pay authors. I don't understand why people just because it's free for you. It's free for you to use. Library is a free place for everyone to use. But libraries pay the authors money every time the book is borrowed. So you still give money to Prince Harry if you borrow the book at the library, is what I'm gonna say. Like, you're not sparing him, you know, the money just because you think you're smart when you go to the library. Yeah, I just want to clear that out. But I've heard, because I've seen a lot of reviews on this book, right? And that's why I want to read it. I was not interested in reading it first because I never really... When I was younger, I was interested in the British royals because, you know, interesting, because they had so much drama compared to the Swedish royals. Our royals are very, very uneventful, so to speak. We are normal, nice, relaxed people, like, which I think is funny. But but the British royals were, like, you know, all over the place, which I found interesting because I was a young teen and I liked drama and stuff. Now I'm not as interested. But I wasn't so interested in reading it. But then I saw all the reviews and I was like, I need to read this because of how bad it sounds to be. You know, I heard there's a chapter when he talks about his time in the army, because everyone goes through, you know, military duty. And he was stationed in Afghanistan. And he tells you how many people that he shot and murdered.
Okay.
Exactly how many? 25, by the way. He also does not say that he murdered people. He just ended them. And he did not ended them. He ended chess pieces. They are not humans. They are not beings. They are chess pieces. And he said it was okay for him to do this because he did not hurt anyone. Because the thing is, if he did not end their lives, they would have killed a British soldier who has a family.
Oh, horror!
Because, you know, Talibans does not have families. They are not humans. They are chess pieces. I was like, what the fuck? Excuse me? And not only that, there's another chapter where he extensively talk about his jealousy to Prince William, his big brother. And he's like, I'm only third in row for, you know, being a king. I was like, okay, poor you, I guess. You know. And then he's like, Prince William, he got a bigger bathroom than me in the palace. Oh my god, a bigger bathroom. How dare he have a bigger bathroom?
Yeah.
I'm so baffled by this. And then he also says, like, he has no revelation, like, you know, he have done anything bad whatsoever. He's blaming the media for everything. And he's treating himself as a victim because he's a victim, and nobody understands him. And, you know, he's like, oh, when I was a teen and I dressed up as Hitler for a party, you know, that was the media. And I was like, oh, because you did not put on the Hitler costume yourself? And he's like, no, it's the media trying to frame me because they hate the royals. And I was like, I just felt like it's very childish. Someone also said that parts of the memoir feels like it's written by a child, and other parts of the memoir is super fancy writing. And I'm guessing it's because he had a ghostwriter, and that ghostwriter might have touched up some parts of the memoir. While the one that's written by a child might be Prince Harry's own writing, which I'm very interested to see, like, the big difference there. But he's also talking about, like, a lot of secret stuff, you know, talking about dirty laundry, you know, from the other family members. It's like, one incident he apparently talked about was when William physically hit Harry, or something, that he abused him or hit him or something. But I feel like, you know, it's, why do you not talk about yourself and your own life in your memoirs? Because the thing is that the royals, they can't speak about this. They can't go out and be like, you know, defend themselves, because they're royalties. They are supposed to be hush hush and quiet and not talk about the bad, you know. So I feel like, you know, him doing this and airing everyone's secrets feels like, you know, hitting someone who's laying down that can't defend themselves. I feel like, you know, talk about yourself in your own memoirs. And apparently there's a big chapter about his penis in this book. And I can't say it's not intriguing to me, but because it is. Like, he have dedicated a chapter or a portion of his book, which many girls did not like, because they were like, ew, I don't want to read about his penis. But apparently he has a frostbitten penis, and he talks about it very descriptive. And it's very many pages about it. And he also talked about, like, how he lost his virginity in very, like, described matter. I was like, okay. I don't. And he also talked about sexual stuff he have done with Megan that he's married to now, which I just feel like, why? Why is that important to talk about? Why do we need 50 Shades of Grey scenes from you and Megan? Why do we need to talk about this? Oh my god. You know, I always wondered how they got paid, if it was a single pay per borrow or yearly monthly payment. Thanks for answering. Oh yeah, it's definitely per borrow. They don't, I think they make like 50 cents to $1 depending per borrow. So they don't make that much money compared to buying a book, but they do make money from every borrow. The audacity of it all. A smaller bathroom. How small was his bathroom? If his bathroom was a single square meter room with a bucket in it, I can kinda see how. Nah. You know, he's also, you know, this entire book is basically him talking about how bad his life is and how he was shunned from Britain and how he's now living in America, and he's only, in quotation mark, worth $60 million, because, you know, he's not getting paid from the royal families anymore because, you know, they don't like him because he married Meghan.
Well, actually, but it's also like he told the British royals that I'm not gonna do any more work for you.
Yeah.
And then they went like, well, then you aren't getting paid.
But the thing is, I don't understand. Like, you know, I I don't understand the thing to be like, I'm only worth this much. I only have $60 million on my account. And you sitting in a book and boo-hooing about yourself, what a sad life you have with your $60 million in a big paid house in America, and you'd never have to work your entire life, and and then you'd be like, but I lost my mom when I was a kid. Do you know how many kids lose their family members, losing their moms, their dads, and they have nothing? Legit nothing. Like, I can understand the press and media was up in his ass because it was Princess Diana and blah, blah, blah. But, like, they can't have fucked him up that much to made him that... Like, are you that ignorant of people with actual problems in the world? You're sitting here boo-hooing yourself that you're only worth $60 million? Do you think a normal person have ever had $60 million? Like... I don't understand. But of course the royal PP needs its own chapter. Yeah. You're kind of selling me on the book, to be honest. I might actually read it now. Yeah, that's what I felt when I read the reviews. Because I was like, I don't give a damn about his boring life. I never watched the Netflix series either that they have, him and Meghan. I don't really care. But when people start talking about how bad this is, I need to read it. I need to read actually how bad it is to just laugh at his ass, And I don't mind giving him money if I have to buy the book, but like, So, it's also apparently the most sold biography ever, in just a few days. Yeah. The Swedish title was really weird, by the way.
Yeah.
What was it called? Det utvalda? Nej.
Den andre.
Den andre. It's even worse.
The second. It's basically called the second one.
Yeah. But technically, that makes more sense, because he is now he's second to the throne, I guess. But like, because despair is more like, like the entire book is just like, oh, spare me this, and I'm in despair, and blah, 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 feel sorry for me, blah, 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 This second kind of feels better, because just the title in itself and like him looking sad on the cover is like, are we here to feel sorry for a man that still have a shit ton of money and he's a prince? Yeah. Are we gonna feel sad for him? Like, I can feel sad about the fact that he lost his mom, because that must have been a horrible situation, But like, everything that happened after your entire teen years, you did to yourself. All the drug abuse, all the hookers, all the smoking. And he also, in the book, apparently, he admits that he still do drugs to this day. That he's still a druggie. And I was like, okay.
That explains a bit.
Yeah, but like, isn't that illegal? And why do you like say that in your book? Like, oh yeah, he did it very casually. Like, oh yeah, I still do this, because I need to calm down, and I'm still super stressed and I have such a horrible life, boo-hoo, Like, okay. I'm guessing the cops can't go there because he's a prince and everything, or it's like, huh? I don't know.
Don't know.
I
don't think they have complete, like if they do crimes, they should still be persecuted for them.
I don't know. To be fair, I don't know where he lives in America, because I don't think he does drugs like he did back in the day. I think he's just smoking weed now. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't read the book, so I can't really 100% give you all facts to this. This is just secondhand information that I've gotten from someone who read the book. But I'm thinking he's, I guess some states in America has weed legally, I think.
Yeah.
He might be in one of those states. I don't know. I don't know where he lives, but I don't know. I feel like, a funny story. I don't know if you remember, Gina, but in high school, I wrote a letter to Prince Harry and the Queen, and I got an answer back. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. Actually.
Yeah. I wrote to them because, mostly because I wanted to write to the Queen. And then I wrote to him as well because, I thought he was cute when I was in high school. And, he was a bad boy. And I was like, let's write to him because why not? And I had just seen him in a military uniform, and he was in the Air Force like my dad, and everyone knows I have daddy issues, blah blah blah, we don't have to talk about it. I wrote a letter being like, oh my god, you look so hot in your Air Force uniform, blah blah blah. Don't ask me. I got a generated letter back, both from the Queen, because I wrote a more respectful thing to the Queen, of course. I got the same from the Queen and Prince Harry, but it had both their signatures on it. So I actually do have Prince Harry's signature and the Queen's. That is pretty cool. And it was not it was not a stamped one, but it was an actual signature, so that's pretty cool.
Fancy.
You wrote to Queen Elizabeth? Yeah. What was it, like 14 years ago I wrote to them?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I was like 15, 16-ish when I wrote to them. I wrote to a lot of authors as well. I have like a big binder with a lot of letters from authors and celebrities that I was very into and stuff. I also have from Jerry Lee Lewis. That's pretty cool, Then he died. It was very sad. But Elizabeth also died, so maybe my letters from them are worth stuff now. But yeah.
At least the autograph.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty cool.
I don't think the one from him is worth much, but Elizabeth's, yeah.
Yeah. May the Queen Elizabeth rest in peace. She's a good woman. Agreed. I liked her. But, it's hard to, I liked the persona she radiated through media and through clips that I've seen of her. Then how she was behind closed doors, hard to say, but I like the way she acted, and she I think she was funny. I mean,
I've heard from people who met her, she was kind of really cool.
Yeah, she
privately
seemed
as well.
I've heard she was very chill, and she had a funny sense of humor, and she was a very understanding woman.
Yeah, and that you could joke with her and about her with her.
Yeah. I need the real Queen signature, Ophelia III, co-signed by Gina. Imagine what that would be worth.
Yeah.
It would be worth so much.
Yeah.
Funny.
My kids still ask me about what I'm called on Twitch, funnily enough.
You're not even on Twitch.
I know. I just say that I'm called the same on Twitch as I am on YouTube.
Wow.
Yeah, and then they always ask me, what are you called on YouTube? The same as I'm called on Twitch.
She was passed in September, the month I was born.
And then they ask me, what are you called on YouTube and Twitch? The same as I'm called on Twitter.
I'm also born in September. September, best month.
Nah, December is where it's at.
Nah, fuck you in December.
No.
Here's all the books I read last year. We're not gonna talk about all of them. We can scroll a little bit because it's 181. Let's see if we find anyone that we can talk about. Oh yeah, I read The Count of Monte Cristo last year. It was the first book I started last year. I started it the 1st of January last year. It feels like it's so long ago I read that book. It feels like it was like 100 years ago. It's so weird that I read it last year. Oh, yeah, I read Spinning Silver, Gina, last year.
Yeah.
I did not like it.
No, I like it.
I thought it was okay. I think I gave it a 3.
Something like that.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. Not my taste in books. It's fantasy, which is something I don't enjoy as much as anymore. See? I'm very stingy with my It's only Moomin I give 4, even though I don't want to give it 4.
Yeah. She's not as scared of me as she is of her colleagues, I guess.
Yeah. My colleagues are very judgmental. You don't judge me. If I would have said I give this 1 star, you would have looked at me like I'm crazy, but you would have not, like, said anything about it.
No, I would have been a bit sad.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
But I wouldn't have said anything. I would have more judged my taste than judged your taste.
Oh, that's even worse. It's like my taste is better than your taste, and you start second guessing yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not how it works, Gina. Oh, that's just sad. Oh. Oh yeah, I've reread one of my favorite books from high school, The Shadow of the Wind. Or as we call it in Swedish, Vindens skugga. Do you remember when I read that? I think it was last year of high school.
As long as it's not Name of the Wind, because
no.
That is a fantasy book that I DNF'd.
No.
I will never touch it ever again.
This is about a Spanish author. He's called Carlos Ruiz Zafón. He became one of my favorite authors that year in high school.
Okay.
It's about Madrid, I think. No, Barcelona. Sorry, Barcelona. And it's about a kid. I'm not really remembering now. It's about a kid whose dad shows him a secret library underneath Barcelona, in all, like, in not the sewers, but like secret passages under Barcelona. And he gets to hear that, you get to pick a book from this library, like every son ever had to do. So they go to this place, and he's like, you can pick any book. These are authors and books that have been forgotten by time. And he picks a book, and that book leads him to big adventure. But there's like people who start following him and stuff because he's picked this book, and everyone wants to know about the author from the book, and there's a big mystery behind this book. It's really good. It's really good. Yeah, it also had a sex scene. So when the first time I read this, I was like, what? Because I think it was like the first book I read that had like a proper sex scene in it. Because it was also not like a sex scene. It was like, the guy, the main character, he's young kid, and he falls in love with this blind girl who's much older than him. She's maybe a teen, and he was like just a young boy. And one day when he's there, because he goes there to read for her, and he goes there and he hears her in her bedroom, and he goes and take a sneaky sneak, and he see her have sex with someone else, and he gets jealous, but he like stands there and stare at them in the act, and it's very described. And I was like, oh, what is this? It was a weird experience to read when I was like 15. Also because like the main character is, I think he's like 9 or 10 or something, so you know he's about to soon hit puberty, but he haven't really yet, you know, so he's confused and he doesn't know what's happening, but you know as a reader what's happening because you know what they are doing. But he as a main character doesn't, so when he's describing what's happening, he's not really describing a sex scene, but you know that's what's happening. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. That's the scene I remember the most from that book, by the way. I can't get over it.
It's
It's not about the sex, it's about how it's written, because it's truly written from the eyes of a child, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I read a lot of Stephen King that year as well. I reread a lot of Stephen King. The Shawshank Redemption, Carrie, The Apt Pupil I also read, and The Long Walk. I read all Stephen King books, so I don't know why I read 4 books again. Don't ask. It just happened.
Some things are worth rereading.
Yeah. I think I had the idea that I wanted to reread all Stephen King's books from the beginning, and then you start with Carrie, and then you move your way upwards. But then I kind of soon dropped that idea, considering how many books Stephen King have written, and I was like, maybe I should just read the books that I enjoy, because, The Shawshank Redemption, it's a good movie. Like, the movie adaptation is really good. I don't think the book is that good. It could be because I love Stephen King when it's horror, and The Shawshank Redemption is not horror like that. So as a movie, it works. When it comes to the book, I'm meh over all of it. But I don't know. Then I read a lot of books for work. Then I read Robin Hood. I actually never read the actual Robin Hood book, but I did. And it's pretty bad, in my opinion. Like, there's like, it's a collection of short stories, and all the short stories have the same premises. The British people are fucking dumb, and then Robin Hood comes and he's outsmarting everyone in the same kind of way in every short story, and then they go back to the forest like, ha ha ha, we tricked them because they're so dumb. And then it's the same thing over and over and over again for like 300 pages. I think I read like 100 pages, and then I was like, I'm done. I don't want to read more. But I actually did finish it. Just thinking about it gives me anxiety. Like, it was so boring reading, man. But what do you do? What do you do? You know?
Yeah.
Then I read Dracula.
Yeah.
It's pretty boring as well.
I didn't like that. That was boring. Okay.
I don't know. I like Dracula, but
you like the female one better, right? It's not a female version, but you know the vampire female
Carmilla.
thing that came before.
Carmilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I like that a lot better. I also like the vampire written by P something. I don't remember his name.
Okay.
Something on P. He was best friends with Mary Shelley. And the Lord Byron. Byron took the story and published it under his name, but they changed the story. I have the book right here. Wait, I can go and see actually. Polidori. His name was Polidori, Dr. Polidori, because he was a doctor.
Nice.
But yeah, That one is pretty good as well, because they came before Dracula, but everyone talks about Dracula being the very first vampire story. It's not. It's really not. It's the most famous, vampire story ever written. Yes, I do agree with that. But it's not the first. But it's special. It's written through, letters. Which is probably where it falls for me, because I don't like the style of getting information through letters. It frustrates me. I like environment descriptions. I like when you talk about your surroundings and everything. But in a letter format, it's more like, hello, greetings again. I saw this, blah, blah, blah. It's not really like, it's not really the beautiful descriptions of nature and everything around, and you feel like you're in it. It's more like you're reading a letter from someone and you get this horrific story told to you. Like, it's okay, but it's not my way of enjoying a story, so to speak.
Yeah. I just find I haven't read Dracula yet. I plan on reading it, but I plan on reading it for like a couple of years now. But I just find that stylistic choice of it being from news articles and letters interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I kind of want to read it just to see how well that format actually transcribes the horror of it all, kind of.
Yeah. Baptist, this is the first vampire story written. It's called Carmilla, and it's by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. It's about a girl who gets a guest, who's unexpected guest, who is named Carmilla, and she's super beautiful. And they become friends, but soon they realize that maybe she's more than friends, because she's so interesting and beautiful, and she may be in love with her. So it's like a lesbianism in this book, which is very interesting. And it turns out that Carmilla sucks blood of all her maidens that she meets. So she suck out all the blood from people. Is she the one that baths in people's bloods? No. What's your favorite Stephen King book? The Stephen King novels I read have all been disappointing, but I've always been fascinated by writing the bullet, so I would love to give him another try. My very favorite one. I think The Shining is a good one. It's like a classic one. I also think that The Pet Cemetery, I really like that one. I also really like what is it called? I'm trying to look at my bookshelf right here. Later. It's called Later. It's really good. Later is really good. And it's also not that long if you want a shorter Stephen King book, because he do like to write long books. Not gonna lie. I also think that his book Bags of Bone, Cell, is pretty good as well, about cell phones and stuff. I really like all Stephen King books. I don't know. It's like, I like the way of style that he has when he describes things. I like things described to me, okay? What can I say? We'll start reading Cujo. Oh, that's a good one. And as a dog dad, I'm kind of scared about it. I can understand that. Dracula is pure boredom. Didn't like it. Also, Wikipedia says that Polidori the Vampire was written 60 years before. Oh, really? Oh, I thought Carmilla was the first one. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I thought everything was based on Carmilla. Ooh, Polidori, look at you, man. Do you want to remember it was a woman that kills innocent women and bathes in their blood? All vampire story gets all the mixed up in my brain. Yeah, to be fair, vampires are the same, kinda. Let's see, what I'll read
Except
more.
Twilight, because sparkling vampires is a bit of a new thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. But that's more today's kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I read this one. I gave it 5 stars. I think this was my first 5-star of last year. If you want to read about a cannibal, read this one. It's really good. Really good. It's called A Certain Hunger by Chelsea Summers. It's about a food critic called Dorothy. She loves everything food related. She goes around the world and she's this high-end food critic that goes and criticize food at restaurants, basically. But when it comes to what she really truly loves, it's to have sex with people, but also to eat the people. So when she doesn't like her boyfriends anymore, she just disposes of them, and then she cuts their basic body parts off them and she cooks them and eat them. And it's taking place that she has actually been caught by the police after her 6th victim, or 7th maybe. And yeah, she's telling the story from jail, basically. And you can tell that she's a psychopath, and she's very proud of what she have done, and she has no regret whatsoever. she's just very mad at herself for getting caught the last time, because she wasn't careful enough. She just wanted to eat his ass, basically, so she cut his ass off, and she was not very careful because it was not planned to kill him then, so she left a few more evidence than she should have done. But it's really, really good. Like, if you want to read a weird story, read this, because they describe when she eats the people and she describes the way they taste. You understand that she's a food critic, right? So when she describes and she's eating human, she making it sound so delicious. She makes me want to eat her boyfriends as well. Like, it fucks with your brain, because you're like, well, I don't want to eat humans. But she describes it. She's like, oh, and I did this with the butter, and I did this and this with the meat. And you're like, oh my god, that sounds so good. And you get hungry from, reading this book. Read it. It's really good. Certain Hunger. It's so good. I love this book. Lol, that sentence was kind of sus. Yeah. Sorry, I don't really consider Twilight people real vampire. That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah. I also read Skeppy's book. Skeppy writes books too. I read his book last year. And I was brutally honest and gave it 1 star. Because I'm mean. If you also like the story Westworld, the HBO series, it's based off of a book that Michael Crichton wrote. The guy who also wrote Jurassic Park. The book Jurassic Park, not the movie, because the movie is also based on a book, which Michael Crichton wrote. I am a big Westworld fan, so if you like Westworld, there's a book, or movie script, maybe I should say, because it's a movie script. Because he wrote a movie script because he wanted to make a movie, and then they made a movie, and now they have done the series in many seasons. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Then
I just saw Alkemistens dotter on your screen.
Is it further down? Oh yeah, there. Yeah.
Because I just, you borrowed that book from me. I remember that.
Yeah, I gave it 3 stars. See, every book Gina gives me is a 3-star. It's okay. No, I did not like the book. I like I like the ending. I was going to give this 1 or 2 stars, but then the ending came and I was like, oh yeah, that was pretty good actually. it turned in the end, which made the entire book actually good. But it's like, you know, if you're a person who read an entire book, I mean, you don't read that much and you're like, oh, this is boring, and you just stop reading after 100 pages, you would think this is the worst book in entire life. But if you actually read the entire book, the ending is kind of redeeming. But yeah. Gina gave it to me.
It's
so
an odd one. It's an odd one.
It's very, yeah. It's very odd.
Yeah. I think I just have a fond memory of it because I bought it on a trip to Stockholm with my family.
Yeah.
So I kind of been into the old city there, and then I started reading it on the hotel or something like that. So I kind of were there. So it became very alive for me when I read it, kind of.
Yeah. I think I had like other kind of expectations from it, because it said on the back blurb it was about the occult stuff, but then the entire book felt more spiritual and religious and not so much about the occult, but like spiritual things, which I understand spiritual things and the occult is kind of the same thing, but in this book it wasn't really the same thing, you know. And it also bothered me that it went from using formal sayings to each other, like, you know, in the beginning of the book they say ni, like, you know, like a formal way of saying you, like, you know, but then they started to say you as in you there. You know, and it was weird for me to be like, you know, oh, so we're calling people ni and now it's du from nowhere. Like, when did we decide to change that? Like, why are we changing the writing style? I was like a little bit bothered. I was like, grammatical police over here. They did not say that in the 1700s in Sweden, okay?
No, they didn't even say ni.
No.
They basically said just Mr. Oscarson.
Yeah.
Or Baker, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I also, this is a 5-star read. Yeah. It's a Swedish book. It's coming out in English. When is the English coming? It's coming soon! It's coming in 10 days, guys! The 31st of January. Read it. It's the best book ever written. It's long because it's 610 pages, but it's worth it! I promise. It's called Collected Works. It's about Cecilia, who's a wife. She's married to a guy called Martin. And she has this existential crisis in her life, and she decides that I do not want to be a wife anymore, and I don't want to be a mother anymore. So she just leaves. Nobody knows where she is. And Martin, the dad, he does not ask for a divorce. He does not go out to look for her. He's just like, she will be back, I hope. Maybe. And he is take care of the kids by himself. But then the kids want to know, who is my mom? Because she never comes back. And they start, you know, looking into who she was and why she ran away. Kinda. And the dad is also, he's a publisher, a book publisher, and stuff. So we follow kind of like 3 timelines. We follow how the dad met the mom and like their love story back in the day, like how they met and became like together. Then we follow the dad in present time when he's like, you know, taking care of the kids and everything. And then we kind of also follow the future of the daughter trying to find the mom. And like, it's weird, but if you like family stories and family secrets, this is good. It's so good. I was so baffled by this book. So in love, so happy. I like that my review is just, I guess I did not know what to say. I was just like,
Enough said.
Yeah. So what happened in the end? I can't spoil the book for you. You need to read it. Did they find her? Oh, they did find her. They did find her. But I'm not gonna answer the question why she left, or if she decides to come back, or the reason why she is where she is. But what bothers me, I'm gonna tell you, what bothers me a lot, staring at you book now, is that you never got to the question why she and Martin never divorced. She basically ran away and was gone for like 20 years, and he never filed for a divorce, and neither did she. But you do realize that they both kind of moved on to other people, but they never divorced each other.
Would be weird if they didn't move on, kind of.
Yeah. Technically, I guess he never moved on because he never had anyone else. He never went on any dates. He's just a single dad, basically. He's more like thinking about his job. She, on the other hand, had many lovers. I don't know how to explain that, but yeah. But yeah, it's a family story told in many generations, basically. But it's also like, you know, it's a lot about friendship, you know, when oh yeah, because Martin has one best friend who's a painter, and I loved him so much. He's gay, by the way, his friend. Oh, and their friendship is like to die for. So it's like, you know, the book is not beautiful because of like the story, like, you know, looking for the mom and the questions around the mom. The book is so good and so like chef kiss perfect because of the relationships between people, how you see them become friends to, you know, becoming really good friends, and how they interact with each other, and how their lives are intertwined together. And oh, it's so beautiful written. I need to reread this book because it's so good. I also need to buy it because I don't have it. And it's around Gothenburg, and it's not that many Swedish books that's taking place in Gothenburg, which is beautiful. So if you want to read about streets in Gothenburg and Paris, because they met in Paris and France, then you should read this.
Gothenburg is a very pretty city.
It is a really pretty city. I do agree.
Not in the winter, but otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, then I read some manga, some more Swedish books, some comics. Oh yeah, and then my dad wanted to read this about abductions. It's a non-fiction book about Dolores Cardon's beliefs to aliens. Pretty cool. I read it because I got it for my dad, and I felt like, you know, I paid for it, so I wanted to read it as well. Bought it for my dad, but decided to read it too. Some parts are really interesting, while others feels very far-fetched. Yeah. That's the thing with aliens, though. Oh, yes, the French, sacre bleu. Oh yeah, and then I read some more Stephen King, The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon. And it's what I remember. It's kinda childish. It's okay, but very childish. I was hoping this was going to be good. Women Eating. It's also a vampire story. It's a book that came out 2022 about a girl who's a vampire. Her mom was a vampire. Her mom is kind of like having Alzheimer's and she has to take care of herself now, and she moves into this place and she's hungry because she needs to have blood. But she can't find a place to buy blood because where she and her mom lived, the butcher let them buy like pig's blood. But where she lives now, it's not custom to buy pig's blood and they don't allow her to do that. So she can't get her hand on blood anymore and she does not want to bite a human being. I hope this was going to be a good book. You know, I was like, ooh, a new vampire book that sounds promising, you know? But no. The entire book is just about her, like, feeling sorry for herself because she's so hungry and she needs blood and she can't get blood and she has social anxiety so she can't talk to people to ask for blood. And I was like, fucking just bite someone already. I just don't like you. Like, it was just like 200 pages of boo-hoo me. And she hated her mom as well, but then when she realized how hard it was to find blood, she was like, ooh, maybe my mom actually was a good mom because my mom always had blood at home, you know, so maybe, you know, she was a good mom anyway. I don't know. I don't recommend it, but it is there.
Hey.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh yeah, I read Shakespeare as well. Oh, I read The Congo from Michael Crichton, who wrote Jurassic Park. I did not like the Congo one. It's about big gorillas. Not a big fan. I love Michael Crichton's way of writing, but the Congo one with the monkeys was not my thing. Long hunger, temper, tantrums, basically. Yeah. Iron Widow, I do recommend to anyone liking science fiction or fantasy related stuff. It's really, really good. I gave it 5 stars. It's one of those books that, you know, I don't like fantasy, but I like this fantasy. The only thing I don't like about it is it's LGBT, which is fine. But they have like an open relationship, so they are 3 people and all 3 of them are dating each other. And I found that super weird because she, according to me, only have, you know, sparkles in the book and in the text with one person, but apparently she has the same amount of love and feelings for both of the guys. And guys also have the same feelings for each other, even though they kind of never met each other. So I was like, how? How do you love someone you almost never been with? Like, I can see her having feelings for one dude, but not the other one because she never hung out with him. So it was weird to me. Big gorillas in the Congo. Iron Widow was a great read. Opie confirmed homophobic. I'm not. It's about big gorillas, not a fan. When you phrase it that way, it sounds like you're something against gorillas. Cancel. Stop it. Maybe I do have something against gorillas. No, I don't remember why I don't like it though. I think it was like the science behind it. Sometimes it's too much info and I zoned out while reading it. Yeah, because it's so much science and so much like scientific terms and I just like, meh. It did feel like reading a non-fictional book sometimes and it staggered my reading flow. After half the book I got better and less block of pure facts and more fiction. all in all, it was an okay read. Yeah, because I felt like, there was so many like statistics, like they were trying to like force feed me statistics of how many, monkeys die and how many gorillas are alive and how good are gorillas and what can we learn from gorillas. And I'm like, I get it. Get on with the fucking story already. It's annoying. Ophelia confirmed gorilla phobe? Stop! No, I'm non-fiction phobe. That's what I am. And I don't know. I read some more Stephen King, but I read his mystery books. I did not really like them. They gave up like a noir kind of feeling to it, private detective kind of thing. They were okay, not great. I also read Dvärgen, Gina.
Oh, you managed to read the entire thing?
I did. It's
without rage quitting?
Yes.
Eish.
This is a Swedish classic. It's basically the dwarf. And it's about a dwarf. Yeah. He's living in the royal castle, and he's like friends with the queen and the king, and to describe it easily, he's the evil of the royal court. He's the little evil voice telling both the king and queen to do horrible things. So you know how you have someone on your shoulder being like, oh no, you have to be a saint and you're so good, and then you have the devil being like, oh no, do it. He's the evil that says do it, and then he does chaos. So he's more like a metaphor than an actual dwarf living in the royal castle. But yeah. It's boring. I recommend.
Our old Swedish teacher had us read that one.
Oh, it's actually in English. You can read it. It's called The Dwarf.
Yep. But our old Swedish teacher had us read it, and I don't think anyone in our class actually finished it. Most of us read a summary online and such sort of just went like, yeah, I've totally read it. The dwarf is evil. He's Hitler, basically. Done.
Yeah.
That's what most of our class members did. Me and Ophi, we listened to this teacher, and we kind of learned that when we find someone evil, we should compare him to someone else other than Hitler, because this teacher hates when we do that. So we will not compare him to Hitler at all.
He was also the German teacher, so I think he was like, please don't talk about Hitler. Hitler is not the only evil in in history and in the world. Yeah. I gave it 3 stars though, because I was like, I get the point, but I still find this as boring as I did in high school. But it's like, it's boring, but I can understand like why it's a classic and why it exists and what it's trying to tell us. But it's so dry and so boring. Yeah, we were also forced to read Dvärgen in high school. I don't think I read it all the way through either. Yeah, I don't think anyone did. I didn't either.
Yeah, I didn't either. And I actually read all of the books we had to read. I read Kallocain, for example. I know a lot of us didn't read that entire through, but I read that thing. But I tried with this one. I couldn't. Yeah,
it's very dryly written, but yeah, I read it. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Then I read some Swedish books for work, some mangas. Oh, I fucking hate this one. This is another classic that I read, The Swiss Family Robinson. It's about a family that's called the Robinson, and they leave their home in Switzerland and then they end up on this island, like Robinson Crusoe, like, he ends up on this island and they have to like take care of themselves and they are like family. Yeah, so they're not technically alone, but
Okay.
yeah. The thing is with this book, like, you know, in Robinson Crusoe, you know, he struggles. He don't get food. He doesn't know how to build a shelter. You know, all these things that, you know, you want to see in a survivor. This family, on the other hand, gets everything for free. They get everything for free. Like, you know, like the dad, every time, you know, when they get to something, he's like, oh, actually, I'm a botanic, so I know everything about plants. And you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. But then, you know, you go a little further and he's like, oh, I also worked at this for a few years, so I know everything about this as well. And then, oh, I actually know how to do this because I worked on a museum over there and they showed me how to do a shelter back in blah blah blah. And we also have everything here in the forest to do it. We also have tools. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Where the fuck did you get tools from? Like, hello? You know? And suddenly they go, like, you know, the ship that got wrecked, they go on the ship and they're like, oh, we have guns. And I'm like, the fuck? And they just take the guns and they apparently have unlimited bullets, and they just go out and shoot all the animals, and they're like, we have food. And I'm like, stop it. Like, what are you doing? You know, they have no struggle, nothing, you know, going against them. And they are also super Christian, so, like, they're trying to force feed you religion as well. I don't know. I fucking hated it. I gave it 1 star. I don't recommend it. It was very ew. Then I read stuff for work again. Oh, yeah, I read the Marilyn Monroe book by Joyce Carol Oates. It's pretty good. Too long, it's 1,110 pages. I felt like you could have shortened it a lot. It did not have to be that long. Otherwise, it was pretty good. I heard a lot about the facts about Marilyn Monroe is wrong in that book. Oh yeah, and I also read this book, Tim Burton, The Melancholy Death of Oyster Boy and Other Stories. I got this from Celso. He sent me this book, so I read it. I gave it 5 stars. Very good, thank you. You out of 5. And then some more books for work. Oh yeah, then I read the Sabrina books, because I like the Netflix show of Sabrina, and I liked the 90s show about Sabrina. I liked the 90s books about Sabrina, you know, when I was a kid. So I decided to read the Sabrina books, and they were a nice addition to the Netflix series, that's all. You know, it's pretty, like, meh fan fiction, but in a good way. It's not bad fan fiction, it's actually pretty good fan fiction. So I do recommend it. If you like Netflix Sabrina show, I recommend it. It's good. Because Blonde is biography fictional? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and The Loop? I really like this one. It's like World War C, but a little bit better. Suddenly, you know, when some teens are out partying, you know, people start turning into zombies and they try to eat each other and they have to, like, run away. This is like high speed stuff all the time. This is like action all the time. I was not bored one bit, and I still think about this book all the time. So if you want to have, like, a very speedy, action-filled zombie book, read The Loop. The Loop, very good. It also have a very sad, unhappy ending, because, you know, we don't like happy endings.
And then despair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then I read a lot of comics. I don't really know, a lot of comics. And some manga. Oh yeah, and then we got to reading the Nobel Prize winner Annie, and I made an entire stuff about her, so we're not going to talk about her things. No need. I've seen that book, but I never picked it up. Never would have guessed it was a zombie movie. Oh yeah, it's really, really good. Really, really good. They don't really explicit say it's zombies, but it's definitely zombies. Like, you don't have to know it's zombies. You don't have to have it told to you that it's zombies. It's basically brain dead people trying to eat you, and they go, you know. So I'm just guessing it's zombies. And I think it's like a virus or something that's being spread. I don't really 100% remember right now. All I remember was that I started the book and I finished it the same day, and I was like, what happened? Because I was so into the book and I just flipped the pages like it was nothing. Because it was so like speedy all the time and stuff happened all the time. And I was so invested with the characters and the story. So like, if you're in a reading slump and you read something to like push you to keep reading, I do recommend that book. It's really, really good. Oh yeah, and then I read a new Stephen King book. Not a big fan. I did not really like it. I liked the first half of it. Then when it became a fantasy book, I didn't like it anymore. It felt like it was two different kind of books. It's going to my reading list right now. Oh, that's good. I'm helping. And I read some more classics, as you can see. I read Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. I don't like Wuthering Heights, but I felt like I was going to reread it. I'm doing a video on it soon, so it will be coming out soon. Then I read Journey to the Center of the Earth. I have a video out on that already. I read Les Miserables. It's one of my favorite books from last year. The Snow Country. I also read. It's also a Japanese classic. I'm making a video on it. It's weird. I don't want to spoil the video. Then you have Ethan Frome. I have a video on that too. Also a classic. I also read The Picture of Dorian Gray. Also have a video on that one. This one I found weird. It's a French comic book. About this girl called Elle. And they say that she has split personality. And when she changes personality, her hair color kind of changes. And she becomes like a new person-ish. But I think, let me see what I wrote about it. Oh, I didn't write anything about it? Okay. Because I think she has split personality, but I think the graphic novel actually say that she has something else.
Schizophrenia? Right? Maybe you... I don't know. I think I heard you talk about it.
Yeah, but she said that she has something else, and I was like, no, that's not how that works. But I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was schizophrenic.
I think so. For some reason, I feel like people mix those two up, even though they are very different.
Yeah. I mean, it was something. I just don't remember now. Well, the only thing I did, it was okay. You know, it wasn't that bad. But it bothered me that they're talking about a disease that they clearly don't know anything about. Because I think she do have split personality, and it's actually split, but I think they more were like, you know, oh, when I get nervous, I just, you know, act like another person. And I'm like, that's not how it works. But I don't remember now. I just remember being very upset with it. Yeah. Yeah, and then I read the rewritten Sherlock Holmes one. I read this on a stream actually. The Three Winter Terrors. I gave it five stars out of 5 because it's chef's kiss. And then I read Harry Potter as well.
Yeah.
Then I read a book about the grooming on the internet in Sweden. Online sex offenders. What was really interesting about this one, because this author, Caroline Engvall, she has a lot of books about sex offenders against children and grooming and stuff. And how to talk to your kids and how to talk to your students in the best way, blah, blah, blah. But this book is called The Trap, or Fällan as it is in Swedish. And they interviewed people who are sex offenders. So they did not interview and talk to victims, but the perpetrators. So like the people who did the grooming, and they like talk to them why they did it, and like, you know, if they like, you know, regret what they have done and stuff, you know, and where they are now, because not everyone got jailed, but they maybe got like a fine or something because they did not have enough of evidence or whatever it was. Stephen King was like, and then suddenly Narnia. Yeah, Shenji's call like a mood ring, kinda. Oh yeah, and I read Little Women also. Then I read some Christmas feel-good romance, more stuff for work. This was a weird one, Bee Book and Me. Can't really recommend. Some Korean thrillers, not so good as I expected. Oh yeah, if you like Harley Quinn and the Joker, I recommend this comic book or a graphic novel. It's called Harleen. It's about Harley Quinn's background story and how she met the Joker. And I need to show you the art style in this one, because I bought it purely due to the art style. It's beautiful. And many know that I'm a big simp for the Joker, and I am in love with the Joker in many ways. And in this book, he's more psychopath than he is in anything else. But yeah, we also get introduced to Ivy. Ivy's in this one. Because Ivy and Two-Face and all these people are, you know, together in the prison with the Joker, where Harley Quinn meets him when she's a therapist, and she interviews everyone, and she becomes friend with Poisonous Ivy as well when she interview her as a therapist. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, I do recommend, because the art is mwah. I love it. You know, look at him. He think it's funny. But yeah, I like because you truly see like how she goes from being a good girl who wants to do good in the world to just slowly losing her mind, you know? But it's very much, you know, so to speak, I can change him because I'm special, and I couldn't change him when he was in prison, but I helped him escape, and you know, I will follow him because I know if I just put a little bit more work in him, he will be a changed man, and I have not done anything bad. I'm just here by his side protecting him. But then she just takes like one step closer and closer until she just 100% dive in and joins the dark side, you know? So it's not like she's just like one day, I'm in love with him, let's go. It's like a slow progression, and I like that. Very natural, very natural. Harleen is question to tell that I can change him sometimes ends with him changing you. Yeah. The thing is also like, you know, the thing with the Joker is like she have records when she started there as a therapist, like in Arkham Asylum. She's getting all the records of all the therapist sessions that he have had, and she's like, oh, he's answering the same question differently depending on who his doctor is. But then for some reason, she still thinks that he's honest with her and that she's special. So she's like, but I saw a glimpse of humanity in him that nobody else have seen because he never said these answers to the other doctors. So what he's telling me must be true. And I'm like, or he's lying for like the 10th time because you're the 10th doctor. Like, how is it like, you know, normal that he's like, oh yeah, he's not lying again. But yeah, I do like Poisonous Ivy. She's pretty cute in this one, I gotta say. A little gullible, very much so. My favorite line of the Joker is, I'm not mad at all, I'm just differently sane. Yeah. But yeah, it's a good one. If you want to read a good graphic novel, I suggest this one. I have almost all Joker comics and a few of Harleen Quinn comics. I'm not such a big fan of the Harley Quinn series because I like Harley Quinn due to their relationship either to Poisonous Ivy or to the Joker. But some comics with Harley Quinn is just Harley Quinn, and to me, Harley Quinn is pretty meh by herself, in my opinion. But yeah, it's a good choice, you know, if you want to read something. Oh yeah, and then I read some Goosebumps. You know, about be aware of the snowman. Kalla kårar, Regina. Yes. It's about a snowman that comes to life.
Oh no!
It's number 51 of the Goosebump books. How many are there in the series? 62. It's almost at the end.
Oh.
Yeah. I have a few at home, so I was like, oh, I have a snow one. Let's read that in December. And I read another Harry Potter, The Goblet of Fire.
Yeah. Is that the last one you have read now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I should read the other one, but you know, I started the Iliad and I'm stuck in the Iliad.
Yeah, I think it's twice now that I've tried to go through the entire Harry Potter series, and I get stuck on book 5 and just get super annoyed and do not finish it. It's a hard one to read as a teacher. It's a really hard one to read as a teacher.
Yeah, I can understand. I just, you know, looking at the movies, but yeah. Yeah. I'm going to read it, I think after I'm done with the Iliad. I have read half of the Iliad so far. I started the 1st of January, so it's taking me 22 days apparently. I don't know. It is what it is. I usually don't take this long on a book, but it's draining me. I can like read a few chapters and then I'm so drained that I'm like, what happened? I can't read more. I can't take in more information because like it's so packed with information and people and characters and involvements and details. So you know, you can't read so much from the Iliad. I'm tired just thinking about it. But yeah,
Oh.
I want to read faster and I want to be done with it, but I haven't gotten that far yet. Yeah. Then I read Perfume. Skeppy bought me this book. I read it in high school and I was super in love with it. I wanted to reread it. Skeppy got me the book. I read it. I gave it 4 stars. For you guys who don't know, it's basically about a kid who's born, um, who in the 18th century in France, and he's born with a super nose, and he can smell everything, and not just like normal scents, but he can feel. I don't know how to describe it, but like he can sniff your soul in a weird way. And he likes the he likes and realizes that some smells can change people's perspective on who you are as a human. And he realizes that the best smell is the smell of virgins because that's such an innocent smell. And to make a perfume out of virgins, he needs to kill 10 virgins, which he does. So it's it's like, you know, it's a book about a murderer wanting to take the smell of a pure 16-year-old or something. The Iliad is basically just an entire book about Achilles throwing a temper. Yeah, that's what I feel. He's just like, I don't wanna, and he's just sitting there and feeling sorry for himself. But you know, I'm at the point where Agamemnon is pretty cool, and the Odyssey is also there, and you know, he's pretty cool as well. Um, so there's a few, you know. Paris, he's pretty dumb as well. You shoot that prince, you know. But I feel like, you know, the worst in the Iliad that has a temper and is very petty is the gods themselves. Because, you know, like, I think it was like the 3rd chapter or something. Like, the humans were all like, I feel done with this, you know, let's be friends now. And they hugged it out on the battlefield. And the gods were like, I do not agree. So they like dressed up as each other and, you know, threw a spear at each other and were like, oh, let the war commence. And they start, you know, the humans start fighting again because they thought that the other side turned on them, even though it was just the god manipulating each side to just throw a rock again to start the killing. But it's like, you know, the gods don't have any consequences, but, you know, humans, our lives are very short. You know, if we die, we die. The gods don't really have that consequence, so they use us as tools to be like, you know, fighting each other. You know, with the sister brotherly fighting. It's very petty. Like the entire Iliad is just very petty. Isn't that essentially the Greek mythology in a nutshell? All the stories are about the gods being petty? Yeah, basically. I would say it's Zeus being petty, but in the Iliad, the Zeus actually don't intervene until like half into the war, and that's been like 9 years now. So like it's 9 years into the war, and the Zeus is like, you know what? I might actually want to intervene and be part of this war. Usually in the Greek mythology, Zeus is like the most petty of the petty, but you know, and it's like when every time, you know, in the Iliad when someone gets hurt, they run back to Zeus and be like, Dad, Dad, they hurt me. They're so mean to me. Ooh, you know. The gods are so fucking dumb. I don't understand.
I also feel like that is exactly why I find it hilarious that Odin and Thor are having a rap battle.
Yeah.
in Norse mythology.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. But yeah, this is basically roughly all the books I read last year. But right now I'm reading the Iliad. And I'm halfway through it so far. But yeah, I like it, but it's so much, you know. I'm also reading this one, Män som hatar kvinnor. It's a Swedish book by Stig Larsson. But in English, it's The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I'm reading it because everyone at my job is talking about it. I read like 5 pages and I'm not into the way it's written. So I'm like, maybe I should just skip this one. Like, because I'm not really into mystery books. You know, I don't mind them, but I also don't like them. Because this is a very... It's very much like a crime book that I don't like. It's about, you know, the poor you know, police officer who has a drinking problem and he has problems with his family and he's trying to solve this murder and he has to take, you know, help from a human tracker or blah blah blah, you know, something like that. But I don't really like police officers with issues kind of crime stories. You know, if I want to read a mystery or a crime book, I want it to be either clever and funny like Sherlock Holmes, or I want it to be like from the murderer's perspective. Yes. But the Swedish horror author have written a crime book now, and they say that his crime book is really well written because it's very gruesome considering he's a horror writer, you know? So all his crime scenes descriptions are very disgusting. And I'm like, maybe I should give that a try instead. You know, I do like myself some gruesome disgustingness. That's what I live for. But we will see. I feel like, you know, I don't want to spend a lot of time on things I don't have to read, you know? I don't want to do the same mistakes that I did 2 years ago where I was just like, you know, I need to read everything and even if I don't like it, I have to finish it, you know? I feel now that life is too short to throw away on stuff that I'm not enjoying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I clearly still have to read the books I'm reading for work, though. I can't really throw that away because, you know, it's work. But but I feel like, you know, I've been very stubborn in the way that I always finish books. And I feel like I need to be better at just DNFing books that I don't enjoy. Because there's so many books that, you know, like Robin Hood. I should have stopped after 100 pages when I was just like, this is the same thing over and over again. Why did I read all 300 pages? I don't know. And I probably will never know either. Like, you know. Was it worth it? No. Was it boring? Yes. I don't know. I also realized it's 20 minutes to 1, by the way. It's very late.
Yeah, and my painkiller has stopped working, so I'm in pain.
Oh my god. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
What should you do?
I'm thinking about probably going get painkiller and also try and get a heat pillow or something like that going.
Yeah.
Because the kids at school use them all of the time because the nurse apparently has heat pillows with like the ones with wheat in them.
Whoa.
and they use them all of the time, and I'm just sitting here like, why didn't my school have that?
Yeah, mine didn't either.
Yeah, but it's like it's such a normal thing, and it's like I kind of feel like you are sitting at my lesson, having that heat pillow, doing the best you could.
But you know,
Why?
would you have gone and got yourself a heat pillow? I'm thinking like, you know, then the shame comes that everyone knows that you're on your period. I do not, you
No,
know,
they don't know that because sometimes the guys have pain in their stomachs because of nerves and stuff like that. So it's not happening all that often. And then they get a period pillow.
what the fuck?
Basically.
Oh my god, I broke my my pillow because I had it in the microwave too long and it started to actually it got caught on fire and it burned up.
I have the syslöjdslärare in my work team group, and they are always making that kind of pillow in the 7th grade. And I'm kind of thinking about asking her, like, may I please have one?
Do it. I mean, they're not that expensive. I think they're like $7, 70 kronor or something
Yeah,
on
something
Clas
like that.
Ohlson. I had one with lavender in it, so every time you put it on heat, it started to smell like lavender because that was going to be soothing. But you know me, when I had my period stuff very far ago, sorry guys, I know it's not interesting for you, but you know, then I had the issue with I was in so much pain that more pain did not feel like pain. So I burnt my skin and got like burn blisters on my stomach because I could not feel that I burnt my skin that bad. And I would like microwave the pillow so much that it legit caught on fire, like one of them did, and the other one also half caught on fire, the one with the lavender in it, so it started to smell like, you know, burnt lavender. So I had to like throw it away because it had a nasty smell, because burnt lavender is not very nice. It smelled like shit.
Yeah.
It was not very calming like lavender should be.
Yeah.
But yeah. I remember when I was in 8th grade or something, I had apparently gotten my period without me knowing. I mean, I probably did know because I was in pain, but I didn't know that it had come or something. And I was walking, you know, in school. You know, like we did, you know, we went, you know, around in a circle in my school. This was before I met Gina, by the way. I did not know Gina at that time.
Yeah, I started to be a bit confused now. It's like, were I there? Because you were talking about walking around, and then I remember that, yeah, you walked at that school too.
Yeah, I was the one who introduced the walking to you. but
it's kind of because I wasn't used to it. I was super frustrated in my high school because I wanted to move, and my friends were like, no, we're gonna sit under the stairs and be cool.
Nah, we walked around in my school. Anyway, we were, you know, going in the corridor in my school, and I was like 13 or something, you know, and I apparently had my period. I didn't know. I had a green military dress on, and then my friend who was behind me was all like, oh no, Ophi, you need to check, but like, I think you got your period or something because you have like blood on your butt. You know, and I just turned to her, I looked down at my dress and I saw this big bloody blob, you know, and I looked up at her and I just confidently said, it's supposed to look like that. Of course it's not supposed to look like that. What was I thinking? You know, I think about this event so many times, still to this day, and I feel shame shame, I'm telling you. And then I was like, I went to my I went to the bathroom and I was like, shit, what do I do? And then I was like, oh no, I think I have a migraine. I think I have to go home, Oh, how bad, how sad. And they were like, but your dress. And I was like, it's supposed to look like that. Oh my god. And I went home and my mom was like, the fuck? I have so many period stories that you have no idea. It was another time I had like a test. And I could feel, when you have the feeling that when you get your period and you just know that, yeah, you bled through. You know that feeling. You sit there and you just feel like your life is leaving you slowly, and you're sitting there like, I can't stand up because it's blood everywhere on me, on the chair, everywhere. And I sat there and I was done with my test, but I sat there for another hour until, because I was like, hopefully everyone leaves and I'm alone with the teacher and the teacher can help me. That was, my plan. But there's this fucking girl who's dumb and she sits as long as I do. Oh yeah, I was another guy as well, because it was a guy and a girl. And they sit as long as me. And then my teacher is like, are you done? Because you're sitting here and looking, And I'm like, yes. Because I couldn't say no, because he saw that my tests were filled, I was like, yeah. And he's like, okay, you can leave. You don't have to sit here, And I was like, ah. And I had to like stand up. And I was like, oh, I'm coming soon, because he was front by the desk. I was like, oh, I'm soon. I'm just going to check some stuff, before. And he was like, okay. So I sat there, and then I took my hand and I put it under, and I got it all bloody.
No.
And then I put it up on my face, and I pretended like I had a nosebleed. Because that makes sense. I was like, oh no, I have a nosebleed. And my teacher was like, put the chair. And I was like, yeah, because I got it on my hand and then it rubbed. I don't know what happened. I need to go. And he was just looking at me like, huh. I think this was the same year when I was like 13. A lot happened when I was 13. But yeah, I smeared period blood on my face. Oh god, I feel so much shame for this, but it is what it is.
Well, at least you didn't trick a boy into eating it, so...
Did you do that?
No.
Oh.
But I read a lot of stories about people doing that. Because that was an actual... like witch's magic thing, like a love potion. To make a boy fall in love with you, you needed to feed him your period blood.
Oh.
Apparently. Yeah.
I wonder if Skeppy happened to eat my period blood, considering how much he loves me.
My period stories are basically me having so much pain that I am legit throwing up and being sick from the pain.
Did you never bleed through in school?
Not really.
Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I bled through all the time. But I had super heavy flow, and my mom bought like tampons that was for like her kind of small-ish flow. So, I had to use her mini flow things for my heavy flow, and it did not match up. Yeah. It didn't. Then we went to the store and she told the cashier at ICA, who was my swim buddy's mom, she was like, Ophi, she has very heavy flow. She needs very much padding. Do you have something? And she's like, oh, this one is very much padded, but it's so much padded that maybe it will be seen through clothes. And my mom was like, do you have something more for everyday wear? Because this, I guess, is more for nighttime. And I was like, They look like diapers. It was so embarrassing. And she was like, "Where is Ophi?" And my mom was like, "Oh, she's probably hiding somewhere here around here." I did not want to stand there when she was talking about my heavy flow. I was so embarrassed.
Understandable.
Remember that time your mom told everyone you had a heavy flow? Yes, I do. She also told everyone at work. She was like, my child has a very heavy flow. She's not like me at all. I was like, thanks, Mom. Oh my god.
I remember once when I was 13 years old. So a lot of things happen apparently with your period and stuff like that when you're 13.
Yeah. 13 is not a good year.
But I was in a physical education class, like a PE class, idrottslektion.
Yeah.
And I had my period. So I told the teacher that, hey, I'm on my period. Can I please just sit down? And he, because it was a man, he was like, no, moving is great for you when you're on your period. It's gonna help with your pain, and you go up, like, kill it.
Yeah.
Do your thing, girl. Basically, like, he was a great teacher. He really was. He made us do a lot of different things. He was way superior to the ones we had in our high school later on. Didn't even come close. Those guys were poop. So little 13-year-old me, who really wanted to be like, do what the teachers told you to, I just went out there, I did my best, I pushed my limits, I did great. And then I told him afterwards, like, I don't feel so good.
Clearly,
yeah, I felt horrible. And we got out of, because the place, it's the place where we had the swimming hole in that city as well.
Yeah.
So I basically got out to in front of the parks where we had the bicycles, a lot of bikes, and I threw up.
Ew.
Yeah, and then the boys in the class came and saw it.
No.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah, and I think the teacher felt so bad.
Yeah, should.
Yeah. Because when he asked me, like, can your parents come and get you or something like that? And I was like, no, well, my mom is working and I don't want to disturb her. And my dad, he's working in the farm and my mom is the only one who has a car. So he drove me home.
Aww. I mean, that's still nice of him, though.
Yeah, I mean, he was a great teacher. It was just, yeah.
Yeah, I think the worst part was I think the worst part was when you had swim classes in PE, because if a girl was not participating in swim classes, it was 100% because she was on her period. Yeah. And the thing is, everyone knew I was a great swimmer, so when I was not in the swimming, they knew it was because of my period, because I love swimming. I was not like the other girls who tried to get out of swimming, I really wanted to swim. But to not be able to be there, because our teacher, he was also a man, he did not listen when you said you were on your period. He basically needed to see your period to believe you, or have a note from your parent. So I had to ask my mom and be like, hey, Mom, we have swim classes today, and as you know, Mom, I'm on my period. Can't you please write me a note? And she was like, of course, darling. And in Sweden, we call periods mens. But it's a short version of menstruation.
Yeah.
Which
is the word in English to, like, menstruation.
Yeah, I know, but menstruation in Swedish, you don't say that. It's embarrassing. And my mom was like, this is my daughter, Ophi, and she has menstruation. And she's in a lot of pain because of her menstruation. And she cannot participate thanks to her menstruation. And I was like, Mom, what kind of note is that? And after I told her about it, she wrote every note like that.
Oh no.
And I was like, but I told you not to. And she was like, teehee, if you don't want to be in the PE class, you have to hand him the note. And, you know, all your friends were like, let me read the note, let me read the note, you know, before you gave it to the teacher. And I was like, nobody reads this fucking note ever. Oh my God. What a terrifying word. Yes. It is. It's horrible. Just use the small word. You don't have to use the big word. I was, you know, when I was a kid, I was ashamed of everything. You know, everything was embarrassing. You know?
You are like that when you're a kid.
Yeah. It was like the worst years. Now, you don't really care, to be honest. He sounds like my gym teacher in middle school. Poor girls had to get a note from their parents. Yeah. Yeah.
I think a lot of girls in my class had to have a note as well, but it was basically a bit like as long as you had, like as long as you changed clothes, you were fine, basically. But if you didn't bring your clothes and you didn't participate, then you got in trouble, basically.
Normal PE classes, we had to participate, even if we were on our periods. It was never an excuse. The only time it was an excuse were if we were going to swim, because they knew that you could not swim with your period, basically. I mean, you can if you use the thing that you put up in yourself, but at that age, not many girls do that. They start doing that at a later age, when they get older, you know. When you're young, you don't use that.
I still find those really uncomfortable. Although I haven't tried in years, but
Yeah. I haven't had my period in 5 years, so no, probably more. I think it's 6 or 7 years now. So I wouldn't know. I felt ashamed though. Like, I think it was last year. Suddenly I woke one morning and it was like blood all over the, you know, the entire bed. And I was like, the fuck is happening? I'm dying. I'm bleeding from the inside. What's happening? You know, I was shit scared because I forgot how it is to have your period, because I haven't had a period for 5 years. And I went to the bathroom and I just peed blood. And I was like, I'm dying. I'm fucking dying. And I wrote to Val, because he was at work. I was like, I'm dying. I'm peeing blood. And he was like, do you have your period? I was like, of course I have my fucking period. I'm so fucking dumb. And then I sat there and I realized I had a second problem. I haven't had a period for like 5-6 years. And I did not have any pads or anything at home because I never had the need for it. Like, what do I do? And I was like, hey Val, can you buy me some on the way home? And he was like, what do you need? And I was like, shit, I need to give him a brand. I don't know the brands anymore. So I sat there on the bathroom Googling. And I had to send him like a picture, and he came home with all the candy and all the chocolate and all pads and everything I needed. And I felt so shameful, and I could not even look at him. And he was like, did you not realize that you were on your period? You're not that old. And I was like, I haven't had a period in a long time, okay? Oh, it was a weird experience. It was like, you know, my first time getting my period again. It started all over again. Oh my god. Oh, sheets ruined? I mean, they were ruined until I washed them, because, you know, blood comes off, you know? It's washable.
Especially in cold water.
Yeah.
Cold water and wash them ASAP and you're fine.
My 3rd grade teacher let me pick my own grades on my report card and gave me snacks and cursed around me. Lol, she was really cool. Damn.
My Spanish teacher basically gave me like the top grade just because I had a twinkle in my eye.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Tore.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's so cute.
And he was dangerous.
Yeah.
Because if you met this man, like an old man, he was like retire age.
He was
Uh,
cute.
he was very cute. But
Mm.
if you met him in the hall, you were basically stuck talking with him for like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
There was no escaping him, even if you were like running to class. If you met him, you had to accept that you're gonna be at least 10 minutes late to your class because you ain't moving.
Yeah.
And he got late. He got late to his own classes because of that as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that.
He was a legend.
Yeah.
The fun thing is that my mom had him as well, but she had him in French, and he was also a teacher for German.
Mm. He was
And
very
that's
good at
basically
the
the three
languages.
languages that we are taught in Sweden, except English then.
Yeah.
So he was basically a teacher for everything. And he was a teacher in English as well.
Mm.
So yeah.
Yeah.
And he worked as a translator on his free time.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy man.
Yeah. He did a lot. He knew a lot.
Mm.
Mm. I'm like not tired. I'm just looking at the time, seeing it's like 1 o'clock, and I'm like, I should sleep because I should not change, my daily rhythm. But I ain't tired. I usually, work out in the evening and dance in the evening to make myself tired. But now I have been streaming instead, and I feel like when I stream, I get happy and I get energy. You
Yeah.
know, when you're done with your stream, you just feel so fulfilled and happy and like energized, and you're like, "Yay! I got so much energy in my body, and I'm so happy." And then I can't sleep.
Yeah. But it's also kind of like you really have to.
Sorry, I had to mute. I ate a cheesecake because you were talking about blood. Yeah.
Sorry.
We are girls. That's what we do.
Yeah. And I'm a farmer's girl. You can talk about a lot of stuff, and I can still eat without issues at all.
Yeah.
But I forgot what I was saying. What were you talking about, Ofi?
Getting energy from streaming.
Yeah. It's the same for me but it's also like after stream, I always go out to the stable and feed the horses and stuff like that, and I really have to calm myself down again, basically. And then it's kind of fine, but it takes a while to sort of just relax and unwind, but it's yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know.
We are weird like that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm.
But today we are here together, you and me, my child.
Yeah.
Nom nom.
Nom nom.
Nom nom nom.
Nom 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 nom.
It's almost time for work. I gotta go. Oh, safe working, I guess. Have
Yeah.
fun. Bye,
Yeah,
weird
have
duo.
fun work.
Did you just call us weird? I mean, I accept it. We are a weird duo.
Yeah. We have fun though.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I managed to read an entire book while listening to your stream, Storm of Steel by Ernst Younger. Hearing your stories about bleeding is interesting. Were you reading about people dying in World War II? One? Yeah. What can I say? Yeah. We are witches because we bleed without being hurt.
Yeah.
Even though it's fucking hurting on the inside.
Yeah. And we're also strong, independent women, so basically witches, yeah.
Yeah. exactly. I don't need a
And we're
man.
also well educated. We are definitely witches.
I still find it very funny. You know, when we were in high school together, I was very worried. You know, because you know, as much as we like to think that we were popular, we were not the popular kids in school. Would you guys believe that? That we were the nerds? Yeah. It's not that hard to understand, to be honest.
I was like, I knew we were nerds.
We were the nerds. We were not in the inner circle, so to speak. But you know, like when I was a kid, I was like, not a kid. You know, when we were in high school, I was always like, if we have a reunion, you know, I have nothing to show for because I'm probably gonna be a nerd, you know, in the future anyway. But you know, I spent some days now looking up everyone. Because I'm a librarian. I have sites to use to, you know, look people up. And, you know, we are like one of the few girls from high school that actually got an education. I find that very weird. The others just like they either traveled and got married to some guy, or some just got pregnant when they were 18, 19, right after high school. Like, not many people went to university or, you know, stuff. We did.
Yeah. And it's actually a bit odd because the high school program, I guess, we were studying is a preparation for university. It's not a preparation for work, it's a preparation for university specifically.
Yeah. And then nobody went to the university. It baffles me. Why would you, you know, go a high school where you prepare to go to university and you know, and then you never go? Then you get stuck doing other things. But it's like, you know, when you look at their social media, they all come across as either very fake, but like everyone's lives are so picture perfect, you know, that you know it's 100% just online and not like in real life. And it fills me with so much happiness. I'm like, you failed.
Yee.
I'm strong, independent woman. I don't need, you know, to marry a man that got me pregnant just to have him support me. No, I have my own salary. I have my own things, and I can do whatever I want to do with my money. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah. Me and Celso were the same ones, same kid in school, apparently. The quiet one that everyone wants as a project partner and try and copy math homework from.
People talked shit about Gina behind her back, though.
Yeah.
That's why I decided to be her friend.
Mm.
I don't know if I told you how I became friends with Gina. I was friends with the popular girls. Yes, I was the inner circle when I started.
I was not.
No, Gina was the outsider.
I was like a loose cannon.
Yeah, she was. But everyone was like, you know, because my best friend, in quotation mark, my ex-best friend, she was like, you know, super popular. Every guy liked her. She had a mom that did not give a fuck about her, so she would buy us alcohol as much as we wanted because the mom did not really care, basically. But she had a project with Gina, and she basically wanted Gina to do all the work, and Gina said, hell no, apparently.
Yeah.
Not really like that, but you basically told her that she needed to do her part. And it pissed
Or I would tell the teacher.
And that pissed her off. And she came to me and she was like, oh, this Gina kid, who the fuck does she think she is? I'm the most popular girl in the class. I fix alcohol for everyone. And this Gina tells me I have to do my own work for this group project? What the fuck? And I was like, well, do your part then. And this girl, what's her name? Jennifer? Was it Jennifer? Oh, I don't know. Something with a J, I think. I think it was Jennifer.
Yeah, she switched out to the technical later, right?
Yeah, she went to cook school.
Oh, cook school. Okay.
Yeah. But she no, she actually finished that one. Yeah, but but then she got pregnant and never went to anything more. But yeah, she yeah. Then stuff happened, and we were not friends anymore. Me and this Jennifer or whatever her name was. I don't really remember. It could have been Josephine too. No, it was probably Jennifer. No, Jennifer feels wrong, but it's something with a J. Josephine, yeah. Jennifer, Jenny.
Oh, Jenny.
Jenny. There we go. Her name was Jenny, and I was not friends with Jenny anymore because a big fight happened that was very serious. I'm not going to talk about it. Blech, you know, something happened, and I was left alone. And you know me, I wanted to fuck with Jenny, you know. And I had to do something. So I was like, who does Jenny not like? She does not like Gina. Who shall I talk to? She'll talk to Gina. And the same day that I'm thinking these thoughts, I'm standing outside of Latin class because I took Latin. And Gina is also taking Latin. And Gina comes by and I stare at her and I'm like, do it, Ophi. Say something. Become her friend and fuck with Jenny. And I was like, I looked at Gina and I was like, do you like books? Or no, did I say that? Did I say, have you read this? No, I said, have you read this book? And it was Con I Gulden. About Caesar, because I was like, Latin, Caesar, kind of same shit, you know. And you just looked at me and said, no. And I was quiet. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, well, this girl was hard to talk to. And I looked away and I was like, maybe I should ask her something else. What else can I ask her about? Because we didn't have any, like, we didn't have any homework, so I was like, I can't ask her about that either. And then after like 5 minutes of silence, of just standing there awkwardly next to each other, you were like, but I read this book. Have you read that? And I was like, yes, I have. And after that, we were best friends, basically.
It took a bit, because back then also, like, because technically we were in 2 separate classes, because I took the natural science and Ophi took the social studies class, or like studies. But we did share a lot of classes, especially the first year. We had all of our classes together, except language, because Ophi took German, I took Spanish. But I kind of tried to get into the kind of cool group in my class.
And they talked shit about me!
Yeah. But they didn't do it right then and there, but it was kind of like you started to
hang out with
me, and then they were like, oh my gosh, this Ophi kid, she keeps following us. How weird. She's so weird. And started talking shit about Ophi, and I was like, I'm not sure that the effort that I'm putting into becoming friends with these guys is actually worth it. If I have to struggle to try and become friends with them, and they kind of sort of just tolerate me, and they talk shit about people, I don't think I want these guys as friends.
Yeah.
And then me and Ophi just sort of did our own thing.
Yeah, but it's like one of the things I think we don't really know, but like one of the people that talk shit about me, she was dating my ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's why they talk shit about me. I don't know if she knows that I dated Jonas back in the day, or that he and I was best friends back in the day. I don't know. But one part of me is like, if you talk shit about me and telling me, it was saying that I'm weird, and we have never even had a conversation before, and had never talked to her before. It's like, she must be saying it because, she feels threatened or something.
Yes.
I don't know.
We're
And
just poor little natural science kids, and then we have the weird social studies kids that's keep following us around. Scary.
it's me. What can I say? I like social studies.
Yeah.
Because I'm so social of me. Oh my god.
And you wanted to go to university, and I don't think natural science would have been your thing at all.
Ah, no. I fucking hated it. We had
Yeah.
a dugga. Do you call it a dugga?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
But
had.
we kind of don't call it that, but pretentious teachers like to call it that.
We had one. I hated
Yeah.
it. I hated it a lot. We needed to remember and memorize a lot of herbs and plants, both in Swedish, English, and Latin, I think. And we
We only
did.
had Swedish and Latin, not English.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then
Ancilia millefolum,
she like
anemone amorosa.
we didn't know like what plants and herbs she was going to have on this test. So you had to like know everything, memorize everything, and then you came there and she had just put some leaves on the table and you had to like write what it was. And this was really hard for me because I'm dyslexic, and we it was hard. Okay, I could not manage to do it easily, memorizing difficult words and words in different languages for the same thing in just like a week. My brain don't work like that. you know so I failed that, I think, but I never had to redo it, but I remember. Or maybe I passed it, or she just felt sorry for me. I don't know.
Who knows?
I didn't have to redo it. That's all I remember. I know I failed it.
She was weird.
Yeah. Did we not did not the class go and tell the principal about her? No, it was the history teacher. I don't remember.
History teacher?
Yeah, because we had to write long essays about things.
Huh.
I think it bothered.
Was that why you changed the rules midway through?
Yeah, because they felt Johanna, Vettibrandt and all of them,
Yeah.
they had issues getting up to like the high scores and high grades. So they went to.
I just gave up on that.
So they went to the principal and said that he's teaching us as if we were in the university, and they wanted him to change the rules, and he did. And after that, more people could have the higher grade.
Yeah, I just remember that I got really annoyed with it because when he told us the rules, I sort of just went like, okay, it's impossible for me to get the highest grade. And then after the rule change, it was suddenly possible for me to have gotten the highest grade. But because I didn't do work for it that hard the first 2 times, then it actually became impossible for me to reach that far. Yeah.
Kitty is mad at me because he wants to go to bed. He's just walking in circles, screaming at me.
Yeah.
He's like, "When are you going to bed, motherfucker?"
Yeah, I probably have a doggo somewhere that's a bit upset.
Yeah. Isn't it weird that they know when you usually go to bed and they get mad when you don't go to bed at that time?
I just remember that I have not fed the horses. I have 2 very upset horses outside.
Oh shit, yeah, you need to go and do that.
Yeah.
Have fun in the middle of the night feeding horses.
Thank you.
I shall go and read the Iliad. I'm gonna read 2 pages and then fall asleep probably, but
I'm either gonna read Monkey King or I'm gonna play some Pokemon. I do not know.
Oh, Pokemon! Oh,
Yeah,
what did you name the little dancey dance Pokemon, by the way?
Rund.
Oh, that's cute.
Because Rund is apparently the old Scandinavian word for the Viking shields, but it also kind of sounds like rund, which is round.
Yeah.
And rönn is a tree.
Mm.
And this little tiny guy is gonna have a tree on his back when he grows up. So I just felt like this is superb.
Yeah, that's a good name.
Yeah.
I'm starting to feel tired because I'm yawning. It is time to sleep!
My bad cramps are over right now, so I'm feeling better.
Yay!
I am having more energy now.
Did you take pills? No.
Nah.
No
It's
juggy.
just like I am just leaned forward as long as far as possible, so I have my legs against my stomach.
Oh yeah, that usually helps
And then
sometimes.
just wait it out.
Poor baby.
Mm.
You want a hug?
I have a sleeping Bulbasaur.
I got
It's
myself
very
a big
cuddleable.
Snorlax. Aww. Send picture in Discord. I want to see Snorlax.
Yeah. I have sleeping Bulbasaur. I feel like that is superior.
I have. Do you guys know what a pregnancy pillow is? Oh. Nobody? Them. Uncultured, all of you. Let me show you guys. Let me show you what I mean. No, that's the wrong thing. That's a pregnancy pillow. See? It's like a U. So it's like a pillow all around you. So like you can hug it and you can like support your stomach on it. I have that. I bought myself one. It was $60. I bought myself one. It looks just like this, you know? And I bought it and I was like, this is comfortable as fuck. So I sleep in it, you know, and I hug one side. And then Titus, he is like, you know, up here in the corner sleeping next to me. And then Val sleeps here because he also likes the pillow. He asked me to buy one for him too because he also wants a pregnancy pillow. But it's so comfortable. Look at it though. You know, it's the best thing I ever bought. I can never sleep with a normal pillow ever again. This is the superior pillow of all time. Val's pregnant. He's pregnante.
He's pregnante.
But you know, it's so nice because I'm the kind of person that I like to sleep next to someone. You know, when you're in a relationship and, you know, I feel very safe having someone next to me, right? Especially when you have a really big bed. And we have a super large bed. And Val works nights. So, you know, I always sleep alone. But with this, I never feel alone. It feels like someone is like caressing me and hugging me from every side. And it feels like I have someone close to me. So my like anxiety goes down a lot when I sleep with this. It's perfect. It's the best thing I ever bought for myself. I bought it together with my mom and she was like, "What's wrong with you?" And I was like, "I'm comfortable, Mom." That's it. It also can be used in many ways. You know, like you can have it like a chair. You can make it like this and you can have it like that when you're reading a book. Other use it for breastfeeding. I use it to hold my books up when I'm reading. You know, it's perfect. Like, you know, it's made for reading comfortably. I'm so happy with this. It's like the best purchase I did last year. The only thing is that Titus, he's, you know, when he's like, you know, walking in one place, like, you know, on a dough, he's been doing that a lot on one side. So he's kind of ruined the material on one side. Which is a little bit annoying, so I might need to buy like a new one. But I mean, it's only $60 and it was fine for like a year. So I think it's still very good. Very good.
I kind of use the sleeping Bulbasaur the same way because I really like having an animal to snuggle with when I sleep. Kind of. And the Bulbasaur has a really, really soft touch to it. So I just feel really comfortable and get to sleep very quickly. But it also has a big bulb, so I can sort of put my cell phone there when I'm watching something as well. So I can sort of just lay in my bed and watch something on my mobile, and I have a support to keep the mobile in the perfect height.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not yawning because you're boring, Gina. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
You think that I'm boring? You're just like everybody else from the social studies.
Yeah, we are horrible people. I was gonna say, just look at Jessica.
Yeah.
No.
At least all of the people in natural science just sort of looked at me and went like, "Say something, smart Gina," and held up paper and pen and sort of just try and copy what I said for their homework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody thought I would ever do anything with my life, but look at me now.
Yeah.
I have everything. I have baby cats. I have an education. I have a job. I have an apartment in a very sketchy area. I have a car.
Yes.
I have many things.
And I get to say my smart stuff to 140 kids all day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And people think I'm smart just because I read books. Oh, by the way, my students have decided to have a challenge to see if they can read more books than me in a week. And I was like, but you guys are 30 students. If everyone reads a book this month or like this week, that's 30 books. I can't do that. And they were like, yeah, and we will not tell you what week we're going to do the challenge, so you can't read extra that week. And I was like, huh? So I told them that I will read extra every week, and I will maybe lie about how much I read. Oh, ghetto queen. Yes, I'm born in the ghetto. Is that Elvis? You know, na 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 in the ghetto, in the ghetto. Yeah, I think that's Elvis. The ghetto song.
Yeah.
Anyway, say goodbye, Gina. Say goodbye so I can end stream now.
No.
What the fuck? Say goodbye. Don't be a baby about it. What do you mean no? Trots åldern. What is this?
I'm a rebel.
Since when? I thought you were a teacher and you like to follow rules. What is this?
No, I make my own rules. It's my classroom.
What do you mean your classroom? This is my castle. You can't just take over my stream and my castle.
Well, if I can have a classroom, I can have a classroom rules.
Huh. What do you mean she's based? She's not based.
Yeah. But yeah, I gotta go and we should sleep, so yeah. Bye bye.
Pathetic.
No. Maybe I change my mind if you call me then. You be kind.
I support the Gina led the take. No! He's not taking over. This is my stream. And my place. It might be sad if you take over.
Yeah, taking over is too much for me. I have a lot on my plate.
Yeah, she can't do anything. This is my castle.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Revolution will start in like September or something.
Wait, my birthday? What?
I can wait until October if that's better.
Why not in the summer?
Because I'm not really entirely sure if I'm done with my classes in June. So if I'm not done with my classes in June, then I have to wait until like September, October-ish.
I feel like it's bullshit, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I
And you
mean,
made yourself bigger now.
yeah, because you know I have to show who's big. I am the big boss. Look at you, you're tiny. Can't even see you. Look at you. Look how small you are. Yeah. Can't even see you. That's how small you are. Mm.
Not like I'm half a foot taller than you are. No.
Stop. They will think I'm tiny queen. I'm not tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, Uff is not tiny. It's just me being very tall.
Yeah, it and Celso and Skippy and Essen probably be like, ooh, we probably super taller than Queen. No, I'm huge. I know for a fact I'm taller than Celso and Skippy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I'm probably a foot taller than those guys then.
Small Dina is cute. She's not cute. What am I kidding? She's cute.
Yes, I'm a cute menace to society.
Yeah, look at that face. How can you be mad at that face? It's perfect.
Yeah.
Ow. She also smells very good in real life. Just telling you. A very nice night to sniff. And only I am allowed to sniff.
Yes.
Yes. You be sniffing her? Of course. I sniff her hair, I sniff her neck, I go on her neck. I sniff everywhere. Not everywhere, to be honest. I never sniffed her feet.
No.
But her upper side of body, I sniff.
Yeah.
We hug.
The lower half.
Yeah, we hug, and I go. Like lilac and gooseberries. You think she smells like gooseberries? Nah.
What even is gooseberries?
Björnbär.
Wait.
No, I don't know. I don't know. Should I Google gooseberries?
Björnbär is blackberries.
Gooseberry? Oh, I see. Krusbär.
Yeah.
I love krusbär. Gooseberry, my favorite berry, actually. I did not know it was called gooseberry, though. We call it krusbär. Krusbärs crème. Jam? Jam? Is it called jam? Crème? Jam?
No. I have no idea what it's called.
Really good, though. I smell like pine cones and cinnamon right now. Ew. Too sweet for me. Disgusting. I would not like that, Skippy. No. Gina smells like, like a pine tree when it's raining. And you can, like, smell the forest because it's been raining a little bit, and you can really smell the smell from the forest, with all the leaves, and it's very like autumny kind of feeling.
Okay.
That's what you smell like.
Okay. First I thought you were describing like the forest after a summer rain, and then you suddenly said autumny smell, and I got confused.
Oh yeah, no, it's more autumny to me.
Okay.
Why do you want to be summer rain?
Because I like the forest more in the summer than in the autumn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
How How do I smell like then?
I don't know, because I do not sniff you that much.
What the fuck? You don't sniff me?
Well, you sort of just...
I thought we were friends. Friends sniff each other. What is this? I feel like we're not that close anymore.
I don't know, because it's sort of like a cold but soft smell. Sort of like, silk cloth ish.
Yeah, I'm expensive, like silk.
Yeah.
I have a signature perfume actually. I have the same perfume I have had for a long time now. And the same armpit thing.
Yeah.
And it's lavender.
Yeah. I actually think we have the same one.
Yeah, it's called anti-stress.
Yeah.
I told Val and he was like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, if I feel stressed out, I sniff my armpits. And he was like, what the fuck? I was like, that's what it's for. And he's like, I don't think so. But it's called anti-stress. I don't have stressful armpits. It must be for the lavender smell. And I can't smell it if I don't sniff my armpits. You know? Oh my god. But yeah. There's a word for that smell that rises from the ground after rain. It's called petrichor. Petrichor? Do we have a word for that? I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't know anything.
Yeah. And it's also because there are different types of smell, because you do have a different after rain scent in like a small town where it's mostly grass and not that much trees, and is a different scent when you have mainly fields, and a different scent when it's the forest.
Yeah, and concrete has another one. It's very like steel-ish kind of smell. Like iron.
Yeah.
And dust.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like, maybe it's because we only see each other when it's wet outside. Because recently we usually just hang out when it's raining. But, it smells like rain when we meet each other.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why. But I also live in one of the rainiest cities in Sweden, so I mean
that was basically my thought, that lately we've mainly been meeting in your city, and it rains a lot, so
I like rain. When I lived in another city like 5 hours away from here, like I did not see the rain for like 4 years. We never had rain. And when they were like, oh, it's raining, I looked outside and it was just like, it was not raining, okay? It was a little bit wet in the air, but it was not raining. Like, so when I came back here, it was like, it's actually raining. Every day. Okay. It's always raining here. But now it's always snowing. It's legit snowing right now as well.
We've had a bit of a snow, but it's melted again. No, right now I think we have a little teensy tiny bit of snow.
Yeah. We have slask.
Yeah. It isn't that much that it can actually become slask, but it's a bit on and off.
This week been crazy though. There's been so much snow, for us at least. Like, it's been snowing like crazy the entire week. Ugh.
Yeah, we've not had that much.
Yeah, but snow and rain, that's what happens here.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny though, because we don't really live that far away from each other, but the weather is still so significantly different where we live. It's
When I came
crazy.
to Office High School, and that's not far away from where I live,
Like 20
and people
minutes.
there were like, "Oh, it's so windy today," and I was just like, "What?
Yeah.
What? What? No, it's not windy at all. What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
And then the kids were like, "But well, the trees are moving," and I was like, "Yeah, the top of them.
Yeah.
This is basically no wind at all."
But my hometown is basically is in a big pit. So we usually don't have wind in the pit. And when we do, it means that it's super windy everywhere else where it's not a pit.
Yeah.
But like it's kind of funny because you think that oh god, it's very windy here, and then you go to Gina's place where it's just like a big open field, like
Yeah.
it's a fucking storm there.
Yeah. And it's also like my place. You feel like my place is windy, but my high school, we're in a city even further out into the fields. There is no forest anywhere close. It's just flat. It's no mountains. There are no valleys. It's just flat. No
Mm,
one can believe how flat that place is until they get there. It's flat. You can see for miles.
yeah.
And it's just fields. And it's windy.
Yeah. When you don't
Like
have
when the
anything
wind
to
came
stop the
from the
wind.
wrong direction and it just hit you when you walked around a corner, then you couldn't move.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah,
Weather is interesting how it changes just like a couple of kilometers away.
yeah. And how it changes depending on landscape,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, that too. Mm. I think it rains a lot here because of the water around.
Yeah, the water pools a lot because I recognize that between where I live and where I work. It rains a lot more where I work because there you have a river. Where I
Mm.
live, we do not have a river.
Yeah.
Uh, but it's also because where you live, you're at the top of a mountain, basically,
Yeah.
and that also when the clouds get pulled up a mountain, then they get too heavy and then they start raining. So it's basically you have a lot of water, but you're also up high.
Did you just realize something? I moved from my childhood. I lived in a pit and now I live
Yeah,
on a mountain.
yeah.
I was like, I hate it in this pit. I want to go up. And I went even further and higher than the normal. I can never do anything normal. It's either too much or too little. It's too high or too deep.
Nothing in moderation.
Exactly. What is moderation? Ain't no mountain high enough. Yeah.
Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I can be the acoustic thing in the background.
Okay, okay.
I don't know how to sing, so I make sounds instead to help.
I see.
Mm. Val told me that I do know how to sing, but I'm too shy, and I was like, shut up. You don't know anything. You never heard me sing. And he's like, you sing in the shower all the time. I was like, no, I don't. You don't hear anything. You hear me. What's this? Do it? No, no, do it. It's solo
Gonna was to
Gina.
do it though.
No, no, no. Gina sings solo.
No, no.
Yeah. Ovi does wonderful mouth guitar. Yes! That is me. I should just quit music. You should. You should.
Mm,
Or you should just pay me. Give me your paycheck instead. I can feed my book addiction that way. I miss Gina singing Silent Night sad. Aww. When did you sing Silent Night?
What?
When did you sing Silent Night?
Don't really remember. I think I did it on the 1 year anniversary thing.
Oh, did you take
But
the stream away?
no.
Oh, you can still
Silent
see
Night
it.
is open resource. I can sing it how much I want, when I want.
See it also. You can just go listen to it.
Yeah.
Hmm. Or are you baiting her to sing now?
I think he's baiting me to sing now.
Damn. See what they do in my stream? They don't want us to quit. Like we said 40
Yeah.
minutes ago that we were going, by the way.
Yeah.
We're still here.
Yeah.
But that's also a you and me problem. We have that issue. You know,
Yeah.
my mom, when every time we hang out in high school, I was like, I'll be home at 9. And my mom was like, you're not home at 9. You're going to see Gina. You will be home at midnight. I was like, no, I won't. And she's like, you definitely be home at midnight. Then I come home like 1 o'clock and she's like, you see what I said? I was like, what can I say? Not really those timestamps, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I never came home the right time.
Yeah, same here. It was like, yeah, I'm saying goodbye to Ophi now. I'll be back in half an hour. And Mom would like, yeah, she'll come home in like 2 hours.
Us saying goodbye and, you know, that means 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
Because then we realized, oh shit, we actually decided to hang out because we were going to talk about this or do this. Then we have to speed through that because we did not have time to do that when we actually hung out because we talked about other shit. So we had to speed through it and then suddenly it's 2 more hours.
Yeah. Or we just remembered something that we haven't had the opportunity to talk about yet.
Exactly. You know? So people just need to realize that when I'm hanging out with Gina, things take time.
Yeah.
And don't trust me when I say I will be home a certain time. Because that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, we have so much together, Gina. We have so much fun together that we forget time and space.
Yeah. And it's also a bit like when I come to you, I should probably start actually packing an overnight bag because it has been so many times that I just felt like, no, I want to stay here.
Well, you should do that. Maybe we should plan like next weekend. You come here and you stay. Because then you can try my VR headset as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because next weekend I actually don't have training. Because my trainer is working. No, she's away in Skåne that weekend.
I will tell Val that he better be working because you're gonna sleep on his side of the bed. I'll be like, you can sleep on the sofa if you're going to be at home, but you better work. I wanna have the place for myself and Gina. Oh my god, so funny. I still remember, you know, when you were here last time and we got, you know, Asian food, like Thai food, and they packed the wrong food for Val. and he didn't like the food that they packed for him because he ordered bamboo beef, but they gave him like orange chicken and he don't like orange chicken.
Orange chicken is so good though.
Yeah, but he doesn't like it because it tastes sweet and he doesn't like sweet in his normal food. But he doesn't like it and he was like, ooh, and he was really sad and I could see him stomp away. I don't know if you noticed how he stomped when he gets a little tantrum. But I was like, yeah, he mad. And then when you left, I was like, so how was the food? And he was like, I did not eat it. I had to do my own food. I had to find a lunchbox. And I was like, oh, little gremlin. But it was funny because, you know, it said on the receipt bamboo beef, but they just gave us the wrong thing. So it was really weird.
Yeah.
The poor thing. He could not eat it, so I had his food the day after. I was like, okay, I will have your chicken tomorrow then. Oh. The poor little guy. I'm out of Coca-Cola, by the way. I only have like a little bit left.
I have no Coca-Cola.
Yeah. Everyone bullies me, Gina, because I have a Coca-Cola addiction, apparently. What do you mean,
Oh, you kind of do.
No, I don't.
It's not as bad as it used to be.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. It's better now. Back in the day, I could drink like 2 liters per day, maybe more. Now I drink 2 liters in a week.
Exactly.
But it's like the same with chocolate. I had a chocolate addiction before. I had like maybe 2 to 400 grams of chocolate every day. Now I have like 100 per week. See? It's less.
Yeah, and Skippy, she doesn't have an addiction. She can quit whenever she likes.
No, I don't. She says, pouring more Coca-Cola into her glass. Shut up! See, they bully me.
Yeah.
I feel like this stream is just let's bully Ophi. But I bet you guys can't even get the thread into the needle. Yeah? I managed to do that twice today.
Yeah.
Bet you guys can't, manage that. And I bet you guys can't even find subjects to talk about for 5 hours. I know how to do that. I know how to keep being interesting for 5 hours. I done it on my first time. What do you mean you would have done it your first try? Shut up, fucking liars, all of you. I did cross.
You would have had the correct tool, just like I do.
Why are you always on their side, Gina? I don't understand. I thought you were my friend. What's happening?
No. I am on my side.
Your side?
Yeah.
If I go to war,
Yeah.
would you be on my side?
I would be on my side.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
So you would not be my allied?
I would probably ally. My side would basically be the same as your side, but
It doesn't have to be. If you hear that I have like Stockholm bloodbath, would you be on my side still? Anglohem bloodbath. I execute a shit ton of people and there's just blood all over my city. Would you still stay allied with me?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
But only if I can murder some of them.
Oh yeah, of course. You can be the executioner if you want to.
Yeah. Thank you.
I can fix my own clothes if I need it. I can too. I know how to make clothes from scratch.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I should really fix my trousers. I've been meaning to mend my trousers for like several weeks now.
Do it.
Yeah.
By the way, I asked Val yesterday. I was like, if you would have introduced me to your friends, or rather, if your friends ask you, how is your girlfriend like? He was like, yeah. I was like, how would you describe me if they asked you? And he just looked at me for like super long, and I was like, oh, he's actually thinking about it. And do you know what he answered?
No.
He said, I would say that my girlfriend liked books. And I just looked at him and I was like, okay, surely he's gonna say something else, right? and he didn't. And then, like, after like a minute, I was like, is that it? And he's like, what do you mean? You do like books, right? And I was like, I do. And he's like, yeah. So my girlfriend likes books. I was like, is that all you would describe me with? That I like books? That's everything that you see at me? And he was like, I mean, you like to bake and make food as well? I was like, what the fuck? So that's how he see me. You know, that's how he's going to describe me to his friends. His girlfriend, she reads a lot of books, and when she don't read, she apparently cooks. So, okay. Stockholm bloodbath. You guys are still butthurt 500 years later. Amazing. Oh, I'm not butthurt. I don't fucking care. I do like bloodbath though. Bloodbath do be nice. Are you butthurt about the Stockholm bloodbath, Gina?
I'm not butthurt about it. I just find it really interesting that Denmark's and Sweden's view on that king is so insanely different.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Like Denmark call him Christian the Good, and we called him Christian the Tyrant, basically.
Yeah.
And I also find it interesting that I think it's one of the first or one of the biggest mass murder in Europe, basically. And it's also something that isn't talked about a lot, which is really interesting. Because we talk about it a lot in Sweden, and I'm not even sure that Denmark talk about it, to be honest. I feel like it's a very niche thing.
My students in 3rd grade, no, 4th grade, I'm sorry. They are actually talking about the bloodbath right now. Yeah. They asked me if I had chapter books that had something to do with the bloodbath or Gustav Vasa. And I was like, yes, I do have. So yeah, I did a big box with books around that time. 1500.
I feel like Gustav Vasa had the same level of confidence as Elon Musk.
Yeah, we don't even talk about it. I only heard about it from Swedes. Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
You don't even know that the good king you're calling, like Christian the Good, is basically responsible for a mass homicide. Yeah.
Was it bigger than no? How many people died? Do you remember?
I have absolutely no idea.
Let me Google. It's getting interesting.
Because it was big.
Yeah, I mean it was big for that time.
Yeah. It isn't big in modern days. But...
Oh yeah, 80 to 100 people was executed. 100 people in one day was executed on in November.
And it was like on one place as well or something like that, because basically the roads were red with blood.
Yeah. Because, you know, they couldn't, like, wash it away. It was just, like, blood everywhere, you know? Yeah. You chop I was gonna say pee-pee, but you chop a head off, and it just, like, squirts out all the blood, and if you have to kill 100 people, it was just blood everywhere.
Yeah.
I've been to that place, though, where they had the executions.
I don't know if I've ever been there or not, but it's somewhere in the old town.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's like a big monument of it as well, where the heads were chopped.
Yeah.
Not that I know a lot.
What I feel is interesting about it is that it was so many innocent people, more or less. and so many noblemen that just got murdered without a proper trial. People were
yeah.
basically just saying like, yeah, you get murdered and you get murdered, like pulling them out from the crowd, more or less.
Mm. Yeah.
Mm. Yep.
Oh no. Oh, it's not working.
Mm.
I'm trying to be on your shoulder.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, we're so cute together.
Yeah.
It's almost like we were made for each other.
Yee.
Again. Anyway, you should go out to your horses because it's 2 o'clock now.
Yeah, I really should. Moose is gonna be very upset with me.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give them some candy.
Yeah, probably. The moose doesn't. Moose prefers hay over candy. He's weird.
But
Yeah.
I mean, that's good, you know? Then he
Yeah.
doesn't get so fat.
He can get fat from hay too. Mm. Oh yeah. Bye bye, Ophi. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
And bye bye, everyone. See you soon. Kisses. Mwah.